Hello. How's it going? How you doing, Jonas? Um, Welcome to the stream, General Kenobi. Um, we shall see if my computer decides to play nice today. I think that the problem was that Twitch didn't like that I was using a VPN yesterday during the stream. Um, Hold on. Turn down my mic a little bit. Yeah. Um, so far it looks okay. I think so. Let me know. Let me know if my mic starts cutting out. Um, we will try to find a workaround if that happens, because I don't want the. Yeah. I I think that the Twitch just did not want me to be using a VPN yesterday, so I think that's probably the fix. So today we are going to be finishing up Dracula, and depending on how long that takes, we might go back and do some Elden Ring because we didn't really get to play yesterday. I'm probably not. I'm probably gonna wait until like next reading stream to start anything new. So next we're gonna be doing Frankenstein. So but we're not gonna start that today because it's gonna take a while to get through the rest of Dracula. Um, we've got 4 chapters I think to go. So yeah, probably get through Dracula, the end of Dracula, and then go back and do some Elden Ring for a while, and we'll see how long all that takes. So yeah, thanks for sticking with the stream yesterday. Uh, the scuff happens. It's gonna happen, um, and it's always frustrating when that kind of stuff happens. But we just kind of have to work through it. So yeah, I appreciate you guys sticking with the stream even when it's scuffed. Just a second. Okay. So I think that we are good to go. Uh, there were there was one. I think there was one follow. Uh, well, while I was on hiatus being sick, there were so many that there were a bunch of people followed the stream while I was away, and I am so grateful to them. Um, I don't know if I don't know where they began or when they there was a ton of them. Uh, so everyone who followed during the time that I was away, thank you very much. I appreciate you following the stream and joining the library. So thank you very much. So yeah, let's let's begin, Shall we begin the reading Dracula? Shall we finish our wonderful story? I definitely when I'm done after today, I want to take some time to think about the story that Dracula represents, and I think I want to record maybe record a YouTube video about my thoughts on Dracula, because I don't know if I can properly articulate my thoughts just like off the cuff live. But I definitely do want to talk. I want to talk about Dracula because I think it's a really interesting story. But let's begin. Chapter 23. Doctor. That's a good start. Chapter 23. Dr. Seward's Diary. 3 October. The time seemed terrible. The time seemed terrible long while we were waiting for the coming of Godalming and Quincy Morris. The professor tried to keep our minds active by using them all the time. I could see his beneficent purpose by the side glances which he threw from time to time at Harker. The poor fellow is overwhelmed in a misery that is appalling to see. Last night he was a frank, happy-looking man, with strong youthful face, full of energy, and with dark brown hair. Today he is a drawn, haggard old man, whose white hair matches well with the hollow, burning eyes and grief-written lines of his face. His energy is still intact, however. In fact, he is like a living flame. This may yet be his salvation, for if all goes well, it will tide him over this despairing period. He will then, in a kind of way, wake again to the realities of life. Poor fellow, I thought my own trouble was bad enough, but his? The professor knows this well enough, and is doing his best to keep his mind active. What he has been saying was, under the circumstances, of absorbing interest. So well as I can remember, here it is. I have studied over and over again, since they came into my hands, all the papers relating to this monster. And the more I have studied, the greater seems the necessity to utterly stamp him out. All through there are signs of his advance, not only of his power, but of his knowledge of it. As I learned from the researches of my friend Arminius of Budapest, he was in life a most wonderful man, soldier, statesman, and alchemist, which latter was the highest development of the science knowledge of his time. He had a mighty brain, a learning beyond compare, and a heart that knew no fear and no remorse. He dared even to attend the scholomance, and there was no branch of knowledge of his time that he did not essay. Well, in him the brain powers survived the physical death, though it would seem that memory was not all complete. In some faculties of mind he has been and is only a child, but he is growing, and some things that were childish at the first are now of a man's nature, of man's stature. He is experimenting and doing it well. And if it had not been that we have crossed his path, he would be yet, he may yet be yet if we fail, the father, the farther, no, the father or furtherer of a new order of beings, whose road must lead through death, not life. Harker groaned, and said, "And this is all arrayed against my darling. But how is he experimenting? The knowledge may help us to defeat him. He has all along, since his coming, been trying his power. Slowly but surely. That big child brain of his is working. Well, for us, it is, as yet, a child brain. For had he dared, at the first, to attempt certain things, he would long ago have been beyond our power. However, he means to succeed, and a man who has centuries before him can afford to wait and go slow. Fastina ente may well be his motto." "I fail to understand," said Harker warily. "Oh, do be more plain to me. Perhaps grief and trouble are dulling my brain." The professor laid his hand tenderly on his shoulder as he spoke. "Ah, my child, I will be plain. Do you not see how, of late, this monster has been creeping into knowledge experimentally? How he has been making use of the zoophagous patient to effect his entry into friend John's home. For your vampire, though in all afterwards he can come when and how he will, must at first make entry only when asked thereto by an inmate. But these are not his most important experiments. Do we not see how at the first all these so great boxes were moved by others? He knew not then what that must. He knew not then, but that must be so. But all the time, that so great child brain of his was growing, and he began to consider whether he might not himself move the box. So he began to help, and when he found that this be all right, he tried to move them all alone, and so he progress, and he scatter these graves of him, and none but he know where they are hidden. He may have intended to bury them deep in the ground, so that he only use them in the night, or at such time as he can change his form. They do him equally well, and none may know these are his hiding place. But my child, do not despair. This knowledge come to him just too late. Already all of his layers, but one, be sterilized as for him. And before the sunset, this shall be so. Then he have no place where he can move and hide. I delayed this morning that we might be sure. Is there not more at stake for us than for him? Then why we not be even more careful than him? By my clock it is 1 hour, and already, if all be well, friend Arthur and Quincy are on their way to us. Today is our day, and we must go sure if slow, and lose no chance. See, there are 5 of us, when those absent ones return." Whilst he was speaking, we were startled by a knock at the hall door, the double postman's knock of the telegraph boy. We all moved out to the hall with one impulse, and Van Helsing, holding up his hand to us to keep silent, stepped up to the door and opened it. The boy handed in a dispatch. The professor closed the door again, and after looking at the direction, opened it and read aloud. Look out for Doctor. He has just now. That's a weird beginning to that sentence. Look out for Doctor. He has just now, 12:45, come from Carfax hurriedly and hastened towards the south. He seems to be going the round and may want to see you. Mina. There was a pause broken by Jonathan Harker's voice. Now, God be thanked. We shall soon meet. Van Helsing turned to him quickly and said, God will act in his own way in time. Do not fear, and do not rejoice as yet. For what we wish for at the moment may be our undoings. I care for nothing now, he answered hotly, except to wipe out this brute from the face of creation. I would sell my soul to do it. Oh, hush, hush, my child, said Van Helsing. God does not purchase souls in this wise, and the devil, though he may purchase, does not keep faith. But God is merciful and just, and knows your pain and your devotion to that dear Madam Mina. Think you how her pain would be doubled did she but hear your wild words? Do not fear any of us. We are all devoted to this cause, and today shall see the end. The time is coming for action. Today this vampire is limited to the powers of man. Until sunset, he may not change. It will take him time to arrive here. See, it is 20 minutes past 1. And there are yet some times before he can hither come, be he never so quick. But we must hope. What we must hope for is that my Lord Arthur and Quincy arrive first. About a half an hour after we've received Mrs. Harker's telegram, there came a quiet, resolute knock at the hall door. It was just an ordinary knock, such as is given hourly by thousands of gentlemen. But it made the professor's heart and mine beat loudly. We looked at each other, and together we moved out into the hall, which we each held ready to use our various armaments, the spiritual in the left hand, the mortal in the right. Van Helsing pulled back the latch, and, holding the door half open, stood back, having both hands ready for action. The gladness of our hearts must have shone upon our faces when on the step, close to the door, we saw Lord Godalming and Quincy Morris. They came quickly in and closed the door behind them, the former saying as they moved along the hall, "It is all right. We found both places, 6 boxes in each, and we destroyed them all." "Destroyed?" asked the professor. For him. We were silent for a moment, and then Quincy said, "There's nothing to do but wait. Wait here. If, however, he doesn't turn up by 5 o'clock, we must start off, for it won't do to leave Mrs. Harker alone after sunset." "He will be here before long now," said Van Helsing, who had been consulting his pocketbook. "Nota bene. In Madam's telegram, he went south from Carfax. That means Oh, the D was Dracula. Duh. Not Doctor. Sorry. He went south from Carfax. That means he went to cross the river, and he could only do so at slack of tide, which should be something before 1 o'clock. That he went south has a meaning for us. He is as yet only suspicious, and he went from Carfax first to the place where he would suspect interference least. He must be at Bermondsey only a short time before him. You must have been at Bermondsey only a short time before him. That he is not here already shows that he went to Mile End next. This took him some time, for he would then have to be carried over the river in some way. Believe me, my friends, we shall not have long to wait now. We should have ready some plan of attack, so that we may throw away no chance. Hush, there is no time now. Have all your arms, be ready. He held up a warning hand as he spoke, for we all could hear a key softly inserted in the lock of the hall door. I could not but admire, even at such a moment, the way in which a dominant spirit asserted itself. In all our hunting parties and adventures in different parts of the world, Quincy Morris had always been the one to arrange the plan of action, and Arthur and I had been accustomed to obey him implicitly. Now the old habit seemed to be renewed instinctively. With a swift glance around the room, he at once laid out our plan of attack, and, without speaking a word, with a gesture, placed us in each position. Van Helsing, Harker, and I were just behind the door, so that when it was opened, the professor could guard it whilst we two stepped between the incomer and the door. Godalming behind and Quincy in front stood just out of sight, ready to move in front of the window. We waited in suspense that made the seconds pass with nightmare slowness. The slow, careful steps came along the hall. The Count was evidently prepared for a surprise. At least he feared it. Suddenly, with a single bound, he leaped into the room, winning a way past us before any of us could raise a hand to stay him. There was something so panther-like in the movement, something so inhuman, that it seemed to sober us all from the shock of his coming. The first to act was Harker, who, with a quick movement, threw himself before the door, leading into the room in the front of the house. As the Count saw us, a horrible sort of snarl passed over his face, showing the eye teeth long and pointed, but the evil smile was as quickly passed into a cold stare of lion-like disdain. His expression again changed as, with a single impulse, we all advanced upon him. It was a pity that we had not some better organized plan of attack, for even at the moment, I wondered what we were to do. I did not myself know whether our lethal weapons would avail us anything. Harker evidently meant to try the matter, for he had ready his great kukri knife and made a fierce and sudden cut at him. The blow was a powerful one. Only the diabolical quickness of the Count's leap back saved him. A second less, and the trenchant blade had shorn. A second less, and the trenchant blade had shorn through his heart. As it was, the point just cut the cloth of his coat, making a wide gap, whence a bundle of banknotes and a stream of gold fell out. The expression of the Count's face was so hellish that for a moment I feared for Harker, though I saw him throw that terrible knife aloft again for another stroke. Instinctively I moved forward with a protective impulse, holding the crucifix and wafer in my left hand. I felt a mighty power fly along my arm, and it was without surprise that I saw the monster cower back before a similar movement made spontaneously by each one of us. It would be impossible to describe the expression of hate and baffled malignity, of anger and hellish rage which came over the Count's face. His waxen hue became greenish-yellow by the contrast of his burning eyes, and the red scar on the forehead showed on the pallid skin like a palpitating wound. The next instant, like with a sinuous dive, he swept under Harker's arm ere his blow could fall, and grasping a handful of the money from the floor, dashed across the room, threw himself out the window. Amid the crash and glitter of the falling glass, he tumbled into the flagged area below. Through the sound of the shivering glass, I could hear the ting of the gold as some of the sovereigns fell on the flagging. We ran over and saw him spring unhurt from the ground. He, rushing up the steps, crossed the flagged yard, and pushed open the stable door. There he turned and spoke to us. "You think to baffle me? You, with your pale faces all in a row, like sheep in a butcher's? You shall be sorry yet, each one of you. You think you have left me without a place to rest, but I have more. My revenge is just begun. I spread it over centuries, and time is on my side. Your girls that you all love are mine already, and through them you and others shall yet be mine, my creatures to do my bidding, and to be my jackals when I want to feed." With a contemptuous sneer, he passed quickly through the door, and we heard the rusty bolt creak as he fastened it behind him. A door beyond opened and shut. The first of us to speak was the professor, as, realizing the difficulty of following him through the stable, we moved toward the hall. "We have learned something, much. Notwithstanding his brave words, he fears us. He fears time. He fears want. For if not, why he hurry so? His very tone betray him, or my ears deceive. Why take that money? You follow quick. You are hunters of wild beasts, and understand it so. For me, I make sure that nothing here may be of use to him, if so that he return." As he spoke, he put the money remaining into his pocket, took the title deeds in the bundle as Harker had left them, and swept the remaining things into the open fireplace, where he set fire to them with a match. Godalming and Morris had rushed out into the yard, and Harker had lowered himself from the window to follow the Count. He had, however, bolted the stable door, and by the time they had forced it open, there was no sign of him. Van Helsing and I tried to make inquiry at the back of the house, but the mews was deserted, and no one had seen him depart. It was now late in the afternoon. Sunset was not far off. We had to recognize that our game was up. With heavy hearts, we agreed with the professor when he said, "Let us go back to Madame Mina. Poor, poor dear Madame Mina. All we can do just now is done. And we can there at least protect her. But we need not despair. There is but one more earth box, and we must try to find it. When that is done, all may be yet well." I could see that he spoke as bravely as he could to comfort Harker. The poor fellow was quite broken down. Now and again he gave a low groan, which he could not suppress. He was thinking of his wife. With sad hearts, we came back to my house, where we found Mrs. Harker waiting us. With an appearance of cheerfulness, which did honor to her bravery and unselfishness. When she saw our faces, her own became as pale as death. For a second or two, her eyes were closed, as if she were in a secret prayer, and then she said cheerfully, "I can never thank you all enough. Oh, my poor darling." As she spoke, she took her husband's gray head in her hands and kissed it. "Lay your poor head here and rest it, and all will be yet well. All will yet be well, dear. God will protect us if He so will it in His good intent." The poor fellow groaned. There was no place for words in his sublime misery. We had a sort of perfunctory supper together, and I think it cheered us all up somewhat. It was perhaps the mere animal heat of food to hungry people, for none of us had eaten anything since breakfast, or the sense of companionship may have helped us. But anyhow, we were all less miserable, and saw the morrow as not altogether without hope. True to our promise, we told Mrs. Harker everything which had passed, and although she grew snowy white at times when danger had seemed to threaten her husband, and red at others when his devotion to her was manifested, she listened bravely and with calmness. When we came to the part where Harker had rushed at the Count so recklessly, she clung to her husband's arm, and held it tight, as though her clinging could protect him from any harm that might come. She said nothing, however, till the narration was all done, and matters had been brought right up to the present time. Then, without letting go of her husband's hand, she stood up amongst us, and spoke. Oh, that I could give any idea of the scene, of that sweet, sweet, good, good woman, in all that the radiant beauty of her youth and animation, with the red scar on her forehead, of which she was conscious, and which we saw with grinding of our teeth, remembering whence and how it came. Her loving kindness against our grim hate, her tender faith against all our fears and doubting, and we, knowing that so far as symbols went, she, with all her goodness and purity and faith, was outcast from God. "Jonathan," she said, and the word sounded like music on her lips. It was so full of love and tenderness. "Jonathan, dear, and you all, my true friends, I want you to bear something in your mind through all this dreadful time. I know that you must fight, that you must destroy, even as you destroyed the false Lucy, so that the true Lucy might live hereafter. But it is not a work of hate. That poor soul who has wrought all this misery is the saddest case of all. Just think what will be his joy when he too is destroyed. In his worser part, that his better part may have spiritual immortality. He must be pitiful. You must be pitiful to him, too, though it may not hold your hands from his destruction." As she spoke, I could see her husband's face darken and draw together, as though the passion in him were shriveling his being to its core. Instinctively, the clasp on his wife's hand grew closer, till his knuckles looked white. She did not flinch from the pain, which I knew she must have suffered. But looked at him with eyes that were more appealing than ever. As she stopped speaking, he leaped to his feet, almost tearing his hand from hers as he spoke. "May God give him into my hand just for long enough to destroy that earthly life of him which we are aiming at. If beyond it I could send his soul forever and ever to burning hell, I would do it." Oh, hush, in the name of the good God. Don't say such things, Jonathan, my husband, or you will crush me with fear and horror. Just think, my dear, I have been thinking all this long day of it, that perhaps, some day, I too may need such pity, and that some other like you, and with equal cause for anger, may deny it to me. Oh, my husband, indeed, I would have spared you such a thought, had there been any other way. But I pray that God may not have treasured your wild words, except as a heartbroken wail of a very loving and sorely stricken man. Oh God, let these poor white hairs go in evidence of what he has suffered, who all his life has done no wrong, and on whom so many sorrows have come. We men were all in tears now. There was no resisting them, and we wept openly. She wept too, to see that her sweeter counsels had prevailed. Her husband flung himself on his knees beside her, putting his arms round her, hid his face in the folds of her dress. Van Helsing beckoned to us, and we stole out of the room, leaving the two loving hearts alone with their God. Before they retired, the professor fixed up the room against any coming of the vampire, and assured Mrs. Harker that she might rest in peace. She tried to school herself to the belief, and manifestly, for her husband's sake, tried to seem content. It was a brave struggle, and was, I think and believe, not without its reward. Van Helsing had placed at hand a bell, which either of them was to sound in case of any emergency. When they have retired, Quincy, Godalming, and I arranged that we should sit up, dividing the night between us, and watch over the safety of the poor stricken lady. The first watch falls to Quincy, so the rest of us shall be off to bed as soon as we can. Godalming had already turned in, for his is the second watch. Now that my work is done, I too shall go to bed. Jonathan Harker's Journal. 3 to 4 October, close to midnight. I thought yesterday would never end. There was over me a yearning for sleep, in some sort of blind belief that to wake would be to find things changed, and that any change must now be for the better. Before we parted, we discussed what our next step was to be, but we could arrive at no result. All we knew was that that one earth box remained, and that the Count alone knew where it was. If he chooses to lie hidden, he may baffle us for years, and in the meantime, the thought is too horrible. I dare not think of it even now. This I know, that if ever there was a woman who was all perfection, that one is my poor wronged darling. I love her 1,000 times more for her sweet pity of last night, a pity that made my own hate of the monster seem despicable. Surely God will not permit the world to be the poorer by the loss of such a creature. This is hope to me. We are all drifting reefwards now, and faith is our only anchor. Thank God. Mina is sleeping, and sleeping without dreams. I fear what her dreams might be like, with such terrible memories to ground them in. She has not been so calm within my seeing since the sunset. Then for a while there came over her face a repose, which was like spring after the blasts of March. I thought at the time that it was the softness of the red sunset on her face, but somehow I think it has a deeper meaning. I am not sleepy myself, though I am weary to death. However, I must try to sleep, for there is tomorrow to think of, and there is no rest for me until... ... Later. I must have fallen asleep, for I was awakened by Mina, who was sitting up in bed with a startled look on her face. I could see easily, for we did not leave the room in darkness. She had placed a warning hand over my mouth, and now she whispered in my ear, "Hush, there is someone in the corridor." I got up softly, and crossing the room, gently opened the door. Just outside, stretched out on a mattress, lay Mr. Morris, wide awake. He raised a warning hand for silence as he whispered to me, "Hush, go back to bed. It is all right. One of us will be here all night. We don't mean to take any chances." His look and gesture forbade discussion, so I came back and told Mina. She sighed, and positively a shadow of a smile stole over her poor, pale face as she put her arms round me and said softly, "Oh, thank God for good, brave men." With a sigh, she sank back again to sleep. I write this now, as I am not sleepy, though I must try again. 4 October, morning. Once again during the night I was wakened by Mina. This time we had all had a good sleep, for the gray of the coming dawn was making the windows into sharp oblongs, and the gas flame was like a speck rather than a disk of light. She said to me hurriedly, "Go, call the professor. I want to see him at once." "Why?" I asked. "I have an idea. I suppose it must have come in the night, and matured without my knowing it. He must hypnotize me before the dawn, and then I shall be able to speak. Go, quick, dearest. The time is getting close." I went to the door. Dr. Seward was resting on the mattress, and seeing me, he sprang to his feet. "Is anything wrong?" he asked in alarm. "No," I replied, "but Mina wants to see Dr. Van Helsing at once." "I will go," he said, and hurried into the professor's room. In 2 or 3 minutes later, Van Helsing was in the room in his dressing gown, and Mr. Morris and Lord Godalming were with Dr. Seward at the door asking questions. When the professor saw Mina, a smile, a positive smile, ousted the anxiety of his face. He rubbed his hands as he said, "Oh, my dear Madam Mina, this is indeed a change. See, friend Jonathan, we have got our dear Madam Mina, as of old, back to us today." Then, turning to her, he said cheerfully, "And what am I to do for you? For at this hour you do not want me for nothings. I want you to hypnotize me." She said, "Do it before the dawn, for I feel that then I can speak, and speak freely. Be quick, for the time is short." Without a word, he motioned her to sit up in bed. Looking fixedly at her, he commenced to make passes in front of her, from over the top of her head downward, with each hand in turn. Mina gazed at him fixedly for a few minutes, during which my own heart beat like a trip hammer, for I felt that some crisis was at hand. Gradually her eyes closed, and she sat stock still. Only by the gentle heaving of her bosom could one know that she was alive. The professor made a few more passes and then stopped, and I could see that his forehead was covered with great beads of perspiration. Mina opened her eyes, but she did not seem the same woman. There was a faraway look in her eyes, and her voice had a sad dreaminess which was new to me. Raising his hand to impose silence, the professor motioned to me to bring the others in. They came on tiptoe, closing the door behind them, and the store at the foot of the bed, and stood at the foot of the bed, looking on. Mina appeared not to see them. The stillness was broken by Van Helsing's voice speaking in a low, level tone, which would not break the current of her thoughts. "Where are you?" The answer came in a neutral way. "I do not know. Sleep has no place it can call its own." For several minutes there was silence. Mina sat rigid, and the professor stood staring at her fixedly. The rest of us hardly dared to breathe. The room was growing lighter. Without taking his eyes from Mina's face, Dr. Van Helsing motioned me to pull up the blind. I did so, and the day seemed just upon us. The red streak shot up, and a rosy light seemed to diffuse itself through the room. On the instant, the professor spoke again. "Where are you now?" The answer came dreamily, but with intention. It were as though she were interpreting something. I have heard her use the same tone when reading her shorthand notes. "I do not know. It is all strange to me." What do you see? I can see nothing. It is all dark. What do you hear? I could detect the strain in the professor's patient voice. The lapping of water. It is gurgling by, and little waves leap. I can hear them on the outside. Then you were on a ship? We all looked at each other, trying to glean something each from the other. We were afraid to think. The answer came quick. Oh, yes. What else do you hear? The sound of men stamping overhead as they run about. There is the creaking of a chain, and the loud tinkle as the check of the capstan falls into the ratchet. What are you doing? I'm still, oh, so still. It is like death. The voice faded away into a deep breath as one of sleeping, and the open eyes closed again. By this time, the sun had risen, and we were all in the full light of day. Dr. Van Helsing placed his hands on Mina's shoulders and laid her head down softly on her pillow. She lay like a sleeping child for a few moments, and then, with a long sigh, awoke and stared in wonder to see all around her. "Have I been talking in my sleep?" was all she said. She seemed, however, to know the situation without telling, though she was eager to know what she had told. Oh yeah, no problem. No problem, Krista. Thanks for coming. Have a good night. The professor repeated the conversation, and she said, "Then there is not a moment to lose. It may not be yet too late." Mr. Morris and Lord Godalming started for the door, but the professor's calm voice called them back. "Stay, my friends." That ship, wherever it was weighing anchor whilst she spoke. "There are many ships weighing anchor at the moment in your so great port of London. Which of them is it that you seek? God be thanked that we have once again a clue, though whither it may lead us, we know not. We have been blind somewhat, blind after the manner of men, since when we can look back. We see what we have, we see what we might have been looking forward. Don't know why this sentence is giving me so much trouble. We have been blind somewhat, blind after the manner of men, since when we can look back, we see what we might have been looking forward. We might have seen looking forward, if we had been able to see what we might have seen. Oh, posture check. Thank you for the redeem, Jonas. Oh, thank you. Okay. My model just did a boop, boop. Alas, but that sentence is a puddle, is it not? It does help. Posture checks does help all of us. Yes. We can know now what is in the Count's mind. when he sees that money, though Jonathan's so fierce knife put him in danger that even he dread. He meant escape. Hear me, escape. He saw that with but one earth box left, and a pack of men following like dogs after a fox, this London was no place for him. He has taken his last box on board a ship, and he leave the land. He thinks to escape, but no, we will follow him. Tally ho, as friend Arthur would say, when he put on his red frock. Our old fox is wily, oh so wily, but we must follow with wile. I too am wily, and I think his mind in a little while. In meantime, we may rest and in peace. For there are waters between us, which he do not want to pass, and which he could not, if he would, unless the ship were to touch the land, and then only at full or slack tide. See, and the sun is just rose, and all day to sunset is to us. Let us take bath and dress, and have breakfast, which we all need, and which we can eat comfortably, since he be not in the same land with us. Mina looked at him appealingly as she asked, "But why need seek him further, when he has gone away from us?" He took her hand and patted it as he replied, "Ask me nothings as yet. When we have breakfast, then I answer all questions." He would say no more, and we separated to dress. After breakfast, Mina repeated her question. He looked at her gravely for a minute, and then said sorrowfully, "Because, my dear Madam Mina, now more than ever we must find him, even if we have to follow him to the jaws of hell." She grew paler as she asked faintly, "Why?" "Because," he answered solemnly, "he can live for centuries, and you are but mortal woman. Time is now to be dreaded, since once he put that mark upon your throat." I was just in time to catch her as she fell forward in a faint. "Oh no, poor Mina. If she dies while having Dracula's bite, she will become a vampire." Oh no. Chapter 24. Wait, so that's chapter 24. How many chapters left? 25, 26. Oh, looks like we had 5 chapters left. Ooh. I think, yeah. Okay. Let us keep going. Chapter 24. Yeah, probably not. Probably no Elden Ring. Dr. Sewer's phonograph diary. Spoken by Van Helsing. This to Jonathan Harker. We have 62 pages, man. 62 pages. Let's go. Let us go. You are to stay with your dear Madam Mina. We shall go to make our search, if I can call it so. Hello, Lexicat. No problem. Happy to have you here. Hope you enjoy the reading. If I can call it so, for it is not search, but knowing, and we seek confirmation only. But do you stay and take care of her today? This is your best and most holiest office. This day nothing can find him here. Let me tell you that. So you will know what we foreknow already. For I have told them. He, our enemy, has gone away. He has gone back to his castle in Transylvania. I know it so well. As if a great hand of fire wrote it on the wall. He has prepared for this in some way, and that last earth box was ready to ship somewhere. For this he took the money. For this he hurried at the last, lest we catch him before the sun go down. It was his last hope, save that he might hide in the tomb. That he think poor Miss Lucy, being as he thought like him, keep open to him. But there was not of time. When that fail, he makes straight for his last resource, his last earth work. I might say, did I wish double entendre. He is clever, oh so clever. He knew that his game here was finished, and so he decided he go back home. He find ship going by the route he came, and he go in it. He go off now to find what ship and whither bound. When we have discovered that, we come back and tell you all. Then we will comfort you and poor dear Madam Mina with new hope. For it will be hope when you think it over, that all is not lost. This very creature that we pursue, he take hundreds of years to get so far as London, and yet in one day, when we know of the disposal of him, we drive him out. He is finite, though he is powerful to do much harm, and suffers not as we do. But we are strong, each in our purpose, and we are all more strong together. Take heart afresh, dear husband of Madam Mina. This battle is but begun, and in the end we shall win, so sure as that God sits on high to watch over his children. Therefore be of much comfort till we return. Van Helsing. Jonathan Harker's Journal. 4 October. When I read to Mina Van Helsing's message in the phonograph, the poor girl brightened up considerably. Already the certainty that the Count is out of the country has given her comfort, and comfort is strength to her. For my own part, now that his horrible danger is not face to face with us, it seems almost impossible to believe in it. Even my own terrible experiences in Castle Dracula seem like a long-forgotten dream, here in the crisp autumn air, in the bright sunlight. Alas, how can I disbelieve? In the midst of my thought, my eye fell on the red scar on my poor darling's white forehead. Whilst that lasts, there can be no disbelief. And afterwards, the very memory of it will keep faith crystal clear. Mina and I fear to be idle, so we have been over all the diaries again and again. Somehow, although the reality seems greater each time. The pain and the fear seem less. There is something of a guiding purpose manifest throughout, which is comforting. Mina says that perhaps we are the instruments of ultimate good. It may be. I shall try to think as she does. We have never spoken to each other yet of the future. It is better to wait until we see the professor and the others after their investigations. The day is running by more quickly than I ever thought a day could run for me again. It is now 3 o'clock. Mina Harker's Journal. 5 October, 5 p.m. Our meeting for report. Present, Professor Van Helsing, Lord Godalming, Dr. Seward, Mr. Rory Morris, Mr. Quincy Morris, Jonathan Harker, Mina Harker. Dr. Van Helsing described what steps were taken during the day to discover on what boat and whither bound Dracula made his escape. As I knew that he wanted to get back to Transylvania, I felt sure that he must go by the Danube mouth, or by somewhere in the Black Sea, since by that way he came, or he came last time. It was a dreary blank that was before us. Omne ignotum pro magnifico. I never took Latin. I don't know how to say those words. And so, with heavy hearts, we start to find what ships leave for the Black Sea last night. He was in sailing ship, since Madame Mina tell of sails being set. These not so important as to go in your list of the shipping in the Times, and so we go, by suggestion of Lord Godalming, to your Lloyd's, where are note of all ships that sail, however so small. There we find that only one Black Sea-bound ship go out with the tide. She is the Tsarina Catherine, and she sailed from Doolittle's Wharf for Varna, and thence on to other parts up the Danube. So, said I, this is the ship whereon is the Count. So off we go to Doolittle's Wharf, and there we find a man in an office. From him we inquire of the goings of the Tsarina Catherine. He swear much, and he red-faced and loud of voice, but he a good fellow, all the same. And when Quincy gave him something from his pocket, which cracked as he rolled it up, and put it in a so small bag, which he have hid deep in his clothing, he still better fellow, and humble servant to us. He came with us and asked many men who are rough and hot. These be better fellows to whom when they have been no more thirsty. They say much of blood and bloom, and of others which I comprehend not, though I guess what they mean. But nevertheless, they tell us all the things which we want to know. They make known to us, among them, how last afternoon, at about 5 o'clock, comes a man in a hurry, a tall man, thin and pale, with high nose and teeth so white, and eyes that seem to be burning, that he be all in black, except that he have a hat of straw, which which suit not him or the time. But he scattered his money in making quick inquiry as to what ship sails for the Black Sea and for where. Some took him to the office and then to the ship, where he will not go aboard but halt at the shore end of a gangplank, and ask that the captain come to him. The captain come, when told that he will pay well, and though he swear much at the first, he agreed to the terms. Then the thin man go and someone tell him where horse and cart can be hired. He go there, and soon he come again, himself driving a cart on which a great box. This he himself lift down, though it takes several to put it on a truck for the ship. He gave much talk to the captain as to how and where his box is to be placed. But the captain like it not, and swear at him in many tongues, and tell him that if he like, he can come and see where it shall be. But he say no, that he come not yet. For that he have much to do. Whereupon the captain tell him that he had better be quick with blood, for that his ship will leave this place of blood before the turn of the tide, with blood. With blood, apparently. Blood. Then the thin man smiled, and say that of course he must go when he think fit, but he will be surprised if he go quite so soon. The captain swore again, polyglot, and the thin man make him bow and thank him, and say that he will go so far intrude on his kindness as to come aboard before the sailing. Finally, the captain, more red than ever, and in more tongues, tell him that he doesn't want no Frenchmen with bloom upon them, and also with blood in his ship. With blood on her also. And so, after asking where there might be close at hand where he might purchase ship forms, he departed. Blood for the blood god. No one knew where he went, or bloomin' well cared, as they said, for they had something else to think of. Well, with blood again. For it soon became apparent to all that the Serena Catherine would not sail as was expected. A thin mist began to creep up from the river, and it grew and grew, till soon a dense fog enveloped the ship and all around her. Hold on just a second. Gotta take a drink of water. I'll be right back. I forgot to get my water beforehand. Be right back. Ready. All right. Fog. Uh, my friends of the thirst and the language that was of bloom and blood laughed. Wait. No, that's too far. A thin mist began to creep up from the river, and it grew. And it grew and grew, till soon a dense fog enveloped the ship and all around her. The captain swore, polyglot, very polyglot, with bloom and blood, but he could do nothing. The water rose and rose, and he began to fear that he would lose the tide altogether. He was in no friendly mood, when just at full tide, the thin man came up the gangplank and asked to see where his box was stowed. The captain then replied that he wished that he and his box, old and with much bloom and blood, were in hell. But the thin man did not be offended, and went down with the mate and saw where it was placed, and came up and stood a while on deck in fog. He must have come off by himself, for none noticed him. Indeed, they thought not of him, for soon the fog began to melt away, and all was clear again. My friends of the thirst and the language that was of bloom and blood laughed, as they told how the captain's swears exceeded even his usual polyglot, and was more than ever full of picturesque. When on questioning other mariners who were on movement up and down on the river that hour, he found that few of them had seen any of the fog at all, except where it lay round the wharf. However, the ship went out on the ebb tide, and was doubtless by morning far down the river mouth. She was by then, when they told us, well out to sea. And so, my dear Madam Mina, it is that we have to rest for a time. For our enemy is on the sea, with the fog at his command, on his way to the Danube mouth. To sail a ship takes time, goes she never so quick. And when she start, we go on land more quick, and we meet him there. Our best hope is to come on him when in the box, between sunrise and sunset, for then he can make no struggle, and we may deal with him as we should. There are days for us in which we can make ready our plan. We know all about where he go, for we have seen the owner of the ship, who have shown us invoices and all papers that can be. The box we seek is to be landed in Varna, and to be given to an agent, one Ristix, who will there present his credentials, and so our merchant friend will have done his part. When he asks if there be any wrong, for that so, he can telegraph and have inquiry made at Varna. We say no. We say no, for what it is to be done is not for police or of the customs. It must be done by us alone and in our way. When Dr. Van Helsing had done speaking, I asked him if he were certain that the Count had remained on board the ship. He replied, "We have the best proof of that, your own evidence, when in the hypnotic trance this morning." I asked him again if it were really necessary that we should pursue the Count, for I dread Jonathan leaving me, and I know that he would surely go if the others went. He answered in his growing passion, at first quietly. As he went on, however, he grew more angry and more forceful, till in the end we could not but see wherein was at least some of the personal dominance which made him so long a master amongst men. Yes, it is necessary, necessary, necessary. For your sake in the first, and then for the sake of humanity. This monster has done much harm already, in the narrow scope where he found himself, and in the short time when as yet he was only a body, groping his so small measure in darkness, and not knowing. All this I have I told these others. You, my dear Madam Mina, will learn it in the phonograph of my friend John, or in that of your husband. I have told them how the measure of leaving his own barren land, the barren of peoples, and coming to a new land where life of men teems, till they are like the multitude of standing corn, was the work of centuries. Were another of the undead like him to try to do what he has done, perhaps not all the centuries of the world that have been, or that will be, could aid him. With this one, all the forces of nature that are occult and deep and strong must have worked together in some wondrous way. The very place where he have been alive, undead, for all these centuries, is full of strangeness of the geological and chemical world. There are deep caverns and fissures that reach none know whither. There have been volcanoes, some of whose openings still send out waters of strange properties and gases that kill or make to vivify. Doubtless, there is some magnetic or electric. There's something magnetic or electric in some of these combinations of occult forces, which work for physical life in strange ways, and in himself were from the first some great qualities. In a hard and warlike time, he was celebrated. He was celebrate that he had more iron nerve, more subtle brain, more braver heart than any man. In him some vital principle have in strange way found their utmost, and as his body keeps strong and grow and thrive, so his brain grow too. All this without that diabolical aid, which is surely to him, for it have to yield to the powers that came from and are symbolic of good. And now this is what he is to us. He have infect you. Oh, forgive me, my dear, that I must say such, for it is good for you but it is good of you that I speak. He infect you in such wise that even if he do no more, you have only to live in your own old sweet way, and so in time, death, which is of man's common lot, and with God's sanction shall make you like to him. This must not be. We have sworn together that it must not. Thus we are ministers of God's own wish, that the world and men for whom his Son die will not be given over to monsters, whose very existence would defame him. He have allowed us to redeem one soul already, and we go out as the old knights of the cross to redeem more. Like them, we shall travel towards the sunrise, and like them, if we fall in good cause. He paused, and I said, "But will not the Count take his rebuff wisely? Since he has been driven from England, will he not avoid it, as a tiger does the village from which he has been hunted?" "Aha," he said, "your simile of the tiger is good for me, and I shall adopt him. Your man-eater, as they of India called the tiger, who has once tasted blood of the human, care no more for other prey, but prowl unceasingly till he get him. This that we hunt from our village is a tiger too, a man-eater, and he never ceased to prowl. Nay, in himself, he is not one to retire and stay afar. In his living life, he go over the Turkey frontier and attack his enemy on his own ground. He be beaten back, but did he stay? No. He come again and again and again. Look at his persistence and endurance. With the child brain that was to him, he have long since conceived the idea of coming to a great city. What does he do? He find out the place of all the world most of promise to him. Then he deliberately set himself down to prepare for the task. He find in patience just how is his strength and what are his powers. He studied new tongues. He learned new social life, new environment of old ways, the politic, the law, the finance, the science, the habit of a new land, and a new people who have come to be since he was. His glimpse that he have had whet his appetite only, and enkeen his desire. Nay, it helped him to grow as to his brain, for it all proved to him how right he was at the first in his surmises. He have done this alone, all alone, from a ruined tomb in a forgotten land. What more may he not do when the greater world of thought is open to him? He that can smile at death, as we know him, who can flourish in the midst of diseases that kill off whole peoples. Oh, if such a one was to come from God, and not the devil, what a force for good might he not be in this old world of ours. But we are pledged to set the world free. Our toil must be in silence, and our efforts must be all in secret. For in this enlightened age, when men believe not even what they see, the doubting of wise men would be his greatest strength. It would be at once his sheath and his armor, and his weapons to destroy us, his enemies, who are willing to peril even our own souls for the safety of one we love, for the good of mankind and for the honor and glory of God. After a general discussion, it was determined that for tonight nothing be definitely settled, that we should all sleep on the facts and try to think out the proper conclusions. Tomorrow at breakfast we are to meet again, and after making our conclusions known to one another, we shall decide on some definite course of action. I feel a wonderful peace and rest tonight. It is as if some haunting presence were removed from me. Perhaps my surmise was not finished. Could not be, for I caught sight in the mirror of the red mark upon my forehead, and I knew that I was still unclean. Dr. Seward's Diary, 5 October. We all rose early, and I think that sleep did much for each and all of us. When we met at early breakfast, there was more general cheerfulness than any of us had ever expected to experience again. It is really wonderful how much resilience there is in human nature. Let any obstructing cause, no matter what, be removed in any way, even by death, and we fly back to first principles of hope and enjoyment. More than once, as we sat around the table, my eyes opened in wonder whether the whole of the past days had not been a dream. It was only when I caught sight of the red blotch on Mrs. Harker's forehead that I was brought back to reality. Even now, when I am gravely revolving the matter, it is almost impossible to realize that the cause of all our trouble is still existent. Even Mrs. Harker seems to lose sight of her trouble for whole spells. It is only now and again when something recalls it to her mind, and that she thinks of her terrible scar. We are to meet here in my study in half an hour, and decide on our course of action. I see only one immediate difficulty. I know it by instinct rather than reason. We shall all have to speak frankly, and yet I fear that in some mysterious way poor Mrs. Harker's tongue is tied. I know that she forms conclusions of her own, and from all that has been, I can guess how brilliant and how true they must be, but she will not or cannot give them utterance. I have mentioned this to Van Helsing, and he and I are to talk it over when we are alone. I suppose it is some of that horrid poison which has got into her veins beginning to work. The Count had his own purposes when he gave what Van Helsing called the vampire's baptism of blood. Well, there may be a poison that distills itself out of good things in an age when the existence of ptomaines is a mystery. We should not wonder at anything. One thing I know, that if my instinct be true regarding poor Mrs. Harker's silences, then there is terrible difficulty and unknown danger in the work before us. The same power that compels her silence may compel her speech. I dare not think further, for so I should, in my thoughts, dishonor a noble woman. Van Helsing is coming to my study a little before the others. I shall try to open the subject with him. Later. When the professor came in, we talked over the state of things. I could see that he had something on his mind which he wanted to say, but felt some hesitancy about broaching the subject. After beating about the bush a little, he said suddenly, "Friend John, there is something that you and I must talk of alone, and just at the first, at any rate. Later, we may have to take the others into our confidence." Then he stopped, saw I waited. He went on. "Madam Mina, our poor dear Madam Mina is changing." A cold shiver ran through me to find my worst fears thus endorsed. Van Helsing continued. "With the sad experience of Miss Lucy, we must this time be warned before things go too far. Our task is now, in reality, much more difficult than ever. And this new trouble makes every hour of the direst importance. I can see the characteristics of the vampire coming in her face. It is now but very, very slight, but it is to be seen if we have eyes to notice without prejudice, or without to prejudge. Her teeth are some sharper, and at times her eyes are more hard. But these are not all. There is to her silence now often. As so it was with Miss Lucy. She did not speak, even when she wrote that which she wished to be known later. Now my fear is this: if it be that she can, by our hypnotic trance, tell what the Count can see and hear, is it not more true that he, who have hypnotized her first, and who have drink of her very blood, and make her drink of his, should, if he will, compel her mind to disclose to him that which she know? I nodded acquiescence. He went on. Then what we must do is to prevent this. We must keep her ignorant of our intent, and so she cannot tell what she know not. This is a painful task. Oh, so painful that it heartbreak me to think of, but it must be. When today we meet, I must tell her that the reason which we will not speak, to speak, she must not more be of our counsel, but be simply guarded by us. He wiped his forehead, which had broken out in profuse perspiration at the thought of the pain which he might have to inflict upon the poor soul already so tortured. I knew that it would be some sort of comfort to him if I told him that I had come to the same conclusion, for at any rate it would take away the pain of doubt. I told him, and the effect was as I expected. It is now close to the time of our general gathering. Van Helsing has gone away to prepare for the meeting, and his painful part in it. I really believe his purpose is to be able to pray alone. Later. At the very outset of our meeting, a great personal relief was experienced by both Van Helsing and myself. Mrs. Harker had sent a message by her husband to say that she would not join us at present, as she thought it better that we should be free to discuss our movements without her presence to embarrass us. The professor and I looked at each other for an instant, and somehow we both seemed relieved. For my own part, I thought that if Mrs. Harker realized the danger herself, it was much pain as well as much danger averted. Under the circumstances, we agreed by a questioning look and answer with finger on lip to preserve our silence in our suspicions until we should have been able to confer alone again. We went at once into our plan of campaign. Van Helsing roughly put the facts before us first. The Serena Catherine left the Thames yesterday morning. It will take her at the quickest speed she has ever made at least 3 weeks to reach Varna. But we can travel over land to the same place in 3 days. Now, if we allow for 2 less days for the ship's voyage, owing to such weather influences as we know that the Count can bring to bear, and if we allow a whole day and night for any delays which may occur to us, then we have a margin of nearly 2 weeks. Thus, in order to be quite safe, we must leave here on the 17th at the latest. Then we shall, at any rate, be in Varna a day before the ship arrives, and able to make such preparations as may be necessary. Of course, we shall go armed. We shall all go armed against evil things, spiritual as well as physical. Here Quincey Morris added, I understand that the Count comes from a wolf country, and it may be that he shall get there before us. I propose that we add Winchesters to our armament. I have a kind of belief in a Winchester when there is any trouble of that sort around. Do you remember, Art, when we had the pack after us at Tobolsk's? What wouldn't we have given for a repeater apiece? Good, said Van Helsing. Winchesters it shall be. Quincy's head is level at all times, but most so when there is to hunt. Metaphor be for dishonor, be more dishonor to science than wolves be of danger to man. In the meantime, we can do nothing here, and as I think that Varna is not familiar to any of us, why not go there more soon? It is as long to wait there as here, or here as there. Tonight and tomorrow we can get ready, and then, if all be well, we 4 can set out on our journey. We 4? Said Harker interrogatively, looking from one to another of us. Of course, answered the professor quickly. You must remain to take care of your sweet wife. Harker was silent for a while, and then said in a hollow voice, Let us talk of that part in the morning. I want to consult with Mina. I thought that now was the time for Van Helsing to warn him not to disclose our plans to her, but he took no notice. I looked at him significantly and coughed. For answer, he put his finger on his lips and turned away. Jonathan Harker's Journal. 5 October, afternoon. For some time after our meeting this morning, I could not think. The new phases of things leave my mind in a state of wonder, which allows no room for active thought. Mina's determinations not to take any part in the discussion set me thinking, and as I could not argue the matter with her, I could only guess. I am as far as ever from a solution now. The way the others received it, too, puzzled me. The last time we talked of the subject, we agreed that there was to be no more concealment of anything amongst us. Mina is sleeping now, calmly and sweetly like a little child. Her lips are curved, and her face beams with happiness. Thank God there are such moments still for her. Later, how strange it all is. I sat watching Mina's happy sleep, and came as near to being happy myself as I suppose I shall ever be. As the evening drew on, and the earth took its shadow from the sun sinking lower, the silence of the room grew more and more solemn to me. All at once, Mina opened her eyes, and looking at me tenderly, said, "Jonathan, I want you to promise me something on your word of honor. A promise made to me, but made holily in God's hearing, and not to be broken, though I should go down on my knees and implore you with bitter tears. Quick, you must make it to me at once." "Mina," I said, "a promise like that I cannot make at once. I may have no right to make it. But, dear one," she said, with such spiritual intensity that her eyes were like pole stars, "it is I who wish it. And it is not for myself. You can ask Dr. Van Helsing if I am not right. If he disagrees with you, if he disagrees, you may do as you will. Nay, more, if you all agree later, you are absolved from the promise." "I promise," I said, and for a moment she looked supremely happy, though to me all happiness for her was denied by the red scar on her forehead. She said, "Promise me that you will not tell me anything of the plans formed for the campaign against the Count." "Not by word, or inference, or implication. Not at any time whilst this remains to me." And she solemnly pointed to the scar. I saw that she was in earnest, and said solemnly, "I promise." And as I said it, I felt that from that instant a door had been shut between us. Later, midnight. Mina had been bright and cheerful all that evening. So much so that all the rest seemed to take courage, as if infected somewhat with her gaiety. As a result, even I myself felt as if the pall of gloom which weighs us all down were somewhat lifted. We all retired early. Mina is sleeping like a little child. Just as an aside, it makes me it makes me uncomfortable that he's referring to his wife as a little child. Just putting that out there. It is a wonderful thing that her faculty of sleep remains to her in the midst of her terrible trouble. Thank God for it. For then, at least, she can forget her cares. It's super creepy. Like, holy crap. What are you doing, Jonathan? It's super creepy. Perhaps her example may affect me, as her gaiety did tonight. I shall try it. Oh, for a dreamless sleep. 6 October, morning. Another sunrise. Another surprise. Mina woke me early, about the same time as yesterday, and asked me to bring Dr. Van Helsing. I thought that it was another occasion for hypnotism, and without question went for the professor. He had evidently expected some such call, for I found him dressed in his room. His door was ajar, so that he could hear the opening of the door of our room door. He came at once. As he passed into the room, he asked Mina if the others might come too. No, she said quite simply. It will not be necessary. You can tell them just as well. I must go with you on your journey. Dr. Van Helsing was as startled as I was. After a moment's pause, he asked, But why? You must take me with you. I am safer with you, and you shall be safer too. But why, dear Madam Mina? You know that your safety is our solemnest duty. We go into danger to which you are, or may be, more liable than any of us for circumstances, things that have been. He paused, embarrassed. As she replied, she raised her finger and pointed to her forehead. I know. That is why I must go. I can tell you now, whilst the sun is coming up, I may not be able again. I know that the Count wills me, that when the Count wills me, I must go. I know that if he tells me to come in secret, I must come by the wile, by any device to hoodwink even Jonathan. God saw the look that she turned on me as she spoke, and if there be indeed a recording angel, that look is noted to her everlasting honor. I could only clasp her hand. I could not speak. My emotion was too great for even the relief of tears. She went on. You men are brave and strong. You are strong in your numbers, for you can defy that which would break down the human endurance of one who had to guard alone. Besides, I may be of service, since you can hypnotize me and so learn that which I myself do not know. Dr. Van Helsing said very gravely, Madam Mina, you are, as always, most wise. You shall with us come, and together we shall do that which we go forth to achieve. This seems like a bad idea. Just throwing that out there. Just seems like a bad idea. To bring with them someone that can be easily controlled by the enemy. Just seems like a bad plan. When he had spoken, Mina's long spell of silence made me look at her. She had fallen back on her pillow asleep. She did not even wake when I had pulled up the blind and let in the sunlight which flooded the room. Van Helsing motioned to me to come with him quietly. We went to his room, and within a minute Lord Godalming, Dr. Seward, and Mr. Morris were with us also. He told them what Mina had said, and went on. In the morning we shall leave for Varna. We now have to deal with a new factor, Madam Mina. Oh, but her soul is true. It is to her an agony to tell us so much as she has done. But it is most right, and we are warned in time. There must be no chance lost, and in Varna we must be ready to act the instant when the ship arrives. What shall we do exactly? Asked Mr. Morris laconically. The professor paused before replying. We shall be at the first board. We shall at the first board that ship. Then when we have identified the box, we shall place a branch of the wild rose on it. Then this we shall fasten, for when it is there none. This we shall fasten, for when it is there, none can emerge. So at least says the superstition, and to superstition we must trust at the first. It was man's faith in the early, and it have its roots in faith still. And then, when we get the opportunity that we seek, when none are near to see, we shall open the box, and all will be well. I shall not wait for any opportunity, said Morris. When I see the box, I shall open it and destroy the monster, though there were 1,000 men looking on it. And if I am to be wiped out for it the next moment, I mean, yeah, go for it, go, take the shot. I grasped his hand instinctively and found it as firm as a piece of steel. I think he understood my look. I hope he did. Good boy, said Dr. Van Helsing. Brave boy. Quincy is all man. God bless him for it. My child, believe me, none of us shall lag behind or pause from any fear. I do not say what we may do, but what we must do. But indeed, we cannot say what we shall do. There are many such things which may happen, and their ways and their ends are so various that until the moment we may not say. We shall all be armed in all ways, and when the time for the end has come, our effort shall not be lack. Now let us today pull all our affairs in order. Let all things which touch on others dear to us, and who on us depend, be complete. For none of us can tell what or when or how the end may be. As for me, my own affairs are regular, and as I have nothing else to do, I shall go make arrangements for the travel. I shall have all tickets, and so forth for our journey. There was nothing further to be said, and we parted. I shall now settle up my affairs of earth, and be ready for whatever may come. Later. It is all done. My will is made, and all complete. Mina, if she survives, is my sole heir. If it should not be so, then the others, who have been so good to us, shall have remainder. It is now drawing towards the sunset. Mina's uneasiness calls my attention to it. I am sure that there is something on her mind which the time of exact sunset will reveal. These occasions are becoming harrowing times for us all. For each sunrise and sunset opens up some new danger, some new pain, which, however, may in God's will be means to a good end. I write all these things in a diary, since my darling must not hear them now. But if it may be that she can see them again, they shall be ready. She is calling to me. Chapter 25. Dr. Seward's Diary. 11 October, evening. Jonathan Harker has asked me to note this. As he says, he is hardly equal to the task, and he wants an exact record kept. I think that none of us were surprised when we were asked to see Mrs. Harker a little before the time of sunset. We have of late come to understand that sunrise and sunset are to her times of particular freedom, when her old self can be manifest without any controlling force subduing or restraining her, or incite her to action. This mood or condition begins some half hour before or more before the actual sunrise or sunset, and lasts till either the sun is high or whilst the clouds are still aglow with the rays streaming above the horizon. At first, there is a sort of negative condition, as if some tie were loosened, and then the absolute freedom quickly follows. When, however, the freedom ceases, the change back or relapse comes quickly, preceded by only a spell of warning silence. Tonight, when we met, she was somewhat constrained, and bore all the signs of an internal struggle. I put it down myself to her, making a violent effort at the earliest instant she could do so. A very few minutes, however, gave her complete control of herself. Then, motioning her husband to sit beside her on the sofa where she was half reclining, she made the rest of us bring chairs up close. Taking her husband's hand in hers, began, "We are all here together in freedom, for perhaps the last time. I know, dear, I know that you will always be with me to the end." This was to her husband, whose hand had, as we could see, tightened upon hers. In the morning we go out upon our task, and God alone knows what may be in store for any of us. You are going to be so good to me as to take me with you. I know that all that brave, earnest men can do for a poor, weak woman, whose soul perhaps is lost. No, not yet, but is at any rate at stake, you will do. But you must remember that I am not as you are. There is a poison in my blood, in my soul, which may destroy me, which must destroy me, unless some relief comes to us. Oh, my friends, you know as well as I do that my soul is at stake, and though I know there is one way out for me, you must not, and I must not take it. She looked appealingly to all of us in turn, beginning and ending with her husband. "What is that?" asked Van Helsing in a hoarse voice. "What is that way, which we may not take?" "That I may die now, either by my own hand or that of another, before the greater evil is entirely wrought. I know and you know, that were I once dead, you could and would set free my immortal spirit, even as you did my poor Lucy's. Were death, or the fear of death, the only thing that stood in the way, I would not shrink to die here, now, amidst the friends who love me. But death is not all. I cannot believe that to die in such a case, when there is hope before us and a bitter task to be done, is God's will. Therefore, I, on my part, give up here the certainty of eternal rest, and go out into the dark, where may be the blackest things that the world or the netherworld holds." We were all silent, for we knew instinctively that this was only a prelude. The faces of the others were set, and Harker's grew ashen gray. Perhaps he guessed better than any of us what was coming. She continued, This is what I can give to the hodgepot. I could not but note the quaint legal phrase which she used in such a place, with all seriousness. What will each of you give? Your lives, I know, she went on quickly. That is easy for brave men. Your lives are God's, and you can give them back to him. But what will you give to me? She looked again. Questioningly, but this time avoided her husband's face. Quincy seemed to understand. He nodded, and her face lit up. Then I shall tell you plainly what I want. For there must be no doubtful matter in this connection between us now. You must promise me, one and all, even you, my beloved husband, that, should the time come, you will kill me. What is that time? The voice was Quincy's, but it was low and strained. When you shall be convinced that I am so changed that it is better that I die than may live. When I am thus dead in the flesh, then you will, without a moment's delay, drive the stake through me and cut off my head, or do whatever else may be wanting to give me rest. Quincy was the first to rise after the pause. He knelt down before her, and taking her hand in his, said solemnly, I'm only a rough fellow, who hasn't, perhaps, lived as a man should to win such a distinction. But I swear to you, by all that I hold sacred and dear, that should the time ever come, I shall not flinch from the duty that you have set us. And I promise you too, that I shall make all certain, for if I am only doubtful, I shall take it that time has come. That the time has come. My true friend, was all she could say amid her fast-falling tears, as, bending over, she kissed his hand. I swear the same, my dear Madam Mina, said Van Helsing. And I, said Lord Godalming, each of them in turn kneeling to her to take an oath. I followed myself. Then her husband turned to her, wan-eyed, and with a greenish pallor which subdued the snowy whiteness of his hair, and asked, And must I, too, make such a promise, oh, my wife? You too, my dearest, she said, with infinite yearning of pity in her voice and eyes. You must not shrink. You are the nearest and dearest, and all the world to me. Our souls are knit into one, for all life and all time. Think, dear, that there have been times when brave men have killed their wives and their womenkind to keep them from falling into the hands of the enemy. Their hands did not falter any the more because those that they loved implored them to slay them. It is men's duty towards those whom they love in such time of sore trial. And oh, my dear, if it is to be that must meet death at any hand, let it be at the hand of him that loves me best. Dr. Van Helsing, I have not forgotten your mercy in poor Lucy's case. To him who loved... She stopped with a flying blush, and changed her phrase. To him who had the best right to give her peace. If that time shall come again, I look to you to make it a happy memory of my husband's life, that it was his loving hand which set me free from the awful thrall upon me. Again, I swear, came the professor's resonant voice. Mrs. Harker smiled, positively smiled. As with a sigh of relief, she leaned back and said, "And now, one word of warning. A warning which you must never forget. This time, if it ever come, may come quickly and unexpectedly. And in such case, you must lose no time in using your opportunity. At such time, I myself might be, nay, if the time ever comes, shall be, leagued with your enemy against you. One more request," she said. She became very solemn as she said this. "It is not vital and necessary like the other, but I want you to do one thing for me, if you will." We all acquiesced, but no one spoke. There was no need to speak. "I want you to read the burial service." She was interrupted by a deep groan from her husband, taking his hand in hers. She held it over her heart and continued, "You must read it over me some day. Whatever may be the issue of all this fearful state of things, it will be a sweet thought to all, or some of us. You, my dearest, will, I hope, read it, for then it will be in your voice, in my memory forever, come what may." "But, oh, my dear one," he pleaded, "death is afar off from you." "Nay," she said, holding up a warning hand, "I am deeper in death at this moment than if the weight of an earthly grave lay heavy upon me." "Oh, my wife, must I read it?" he said, before he began. "It would comfort me, my husband," was all she said, and he began to read when she had got the book ready. How can I, how could anyone tell of that strange scene? Its solemnity, its gloom, its sadness, its horror, and withal, its sweetness. Even a skeptic, who can see nothing but a travesty of bitter truth in anything holy or emotional, would have been melted to the heart had he seen that little group of loving and devoted friends kneeling round that stricken and sorrowing lady, or heard the tender passion of her husband's voice, as in tones so broken with emotion that often he had to pause. He read the simple and beautiful service from the burial of the dead. I cannot go on. Words and voice fail me. She was right in her instinct, strange as it all was, bizarre as it may hereafter seem to us, who felt its potent influence at that time. It comforted us much, and the silence, which showed Mrs. Harker's coming relapse from her freedom of soul, did not seem so full of despair to any of us as we had dreaded. Jonathan Harker's Journal. 15 October, Varna. We left Charing Cross on the morning of the 12th. We got to Paris on the same night, and took the places Securitas on the Orient in the Orient Express. We traveled night and day, arriving here at about 5 o'clock. Lord Godalming went to the consulate to see if any telegram had arrived for him, whilst the rest of us came on to this hotel, the Odysseus. The journey may have had incidents. The journey may have had incidents. I was, however, too eager to get on, to care for them. Until the Tsarina Catherine comes into port, there will be no interest for me. Hi, hi Lorelei. How's it going? Yes, we are nearing the end of Dracula. We have we have I can't do math. Um, for about 44 pages left to go. So yeah, thanks for coming to the stream, and I hope you enjoy the reading. Let's see. Until the ship comes into port, there will be no interest for me in anything in the wide world. You're good. In the wide world, thank God. Mina is well and looks to be getting stronger. Her color is coming back. She sleeps a great deal. Throughout the journey, she slept nearly all the time. Before sunrise and sunset, however, she is very wakeful and alert, and it has become a habit for Van Helsing to hypnotize her at such times. At first, some effort was needed, and he had to make many passes, but now she seems to yield at once, as if by habit, and scarcely any action is needed. He seems to have power at these particular moments to simply will, and her thoughts obey him. He always asks her what she can see and hear. She answers to the first, nothing, all is dark. And to the second, I can hear the waves lapping against the ship, and the water rushing by. Canvas and cordage strain, and masts and yards creak. The wind is high. I can hear it in the shrouds. And the bow throws back the foam. Oh no! Oh no! Is it still cutting out? I don't see anything that says I'm having connection issues. Okay. Let me know if it starts getting more frequent. It is evident that the Tsarina Catherine is still at sea, hastening on her way to Varna. Lord Godalming has just returned. He had 4 telegrams, one each day since we started, and all to the same effect, that the Tsarina Catherine had not been reported to Lloyd's from anywhere. He had arranged before leaving London that his agent should send him every day a telegram saying that if the ship had been reported. He was to have a message even if she were not reported, so that he might be sure that there was a watch being kept at the other end of the wire. We had dinner and went to bed early. Tomorrow we are to see the Vice Consul, and to arrange, if we can, about getting aboard the ship as soon as she arrives. Van Helsing says that our chance will be to get on the boat between sunrise and sunset. The Count, if he takes the form of a bat, cannot cross the running water of his own volition, and so cannot leave the ship. Then why would he do that? He's probably not going to do that. Just saying. As he dare not change to a man's form without suspicion, which he evidently wishes to avoid, he must remain in the box. Oh, that's why. Okay. If then we can come on aboard after sunrise, he is at our mercy, for we can open the box and make sure of him, as we did of our poor Lucy, before he wakes. What mercy he shall get from us will not count for much. We think that we shall not have much trouble with officials or the seamen. Thank God, this is the country where bribery could do anything. And we are well supplied with money. We have only to make sure that the ship cannot come into port between sunset and sunrise without our being warned. And we shall be safe. Judge Moneybag will settle this case, I think. Remember, kids, bribery is good for you. October 16. Mina's report still the same. Lapping waves and rushing water, darkness and favoring winds. We are evidently in good time, and when we hear of the Serena Catherine, we shall be ready. As she must pass the Dardanelles, the Dardanelles, we are sure to have some report. 17 October. Everything is pretty well fixed now, I think, to welcome the Count on his return from his tour. Godalming told the shippers that he fancied that the box sent aboard might contain something stolen from a friend of his, and got a half consent that he might open it at his own risk. The owner gave him a paper telling the captain to give him every faculty in doing whatever he chose on board the ship, and also a similar authorization to his agent at Varna. We have seen the agent, who was much impressed with Godalming's kindly manner to him, and we are all satisfied that whatever he can do to aid our wishes will be done. We have already arranged what to do in case we get the box open. If the Count is there, Van Helsing and Seward will cut off his head at once and drive a stake through his heart. Morris and Godalming and I shall prevent interference, even if we have to use the arms which we shall have ready. The professor says that if we can so treat the Count's body, it will soon after fall into dust. In such case, there would be no evidence against us. In case any suspicion of murder were aroused. But even if it were not, we should stand or fall by our act, and perhaps someday this very script may be evidence to come between some of us and a rope. For myself, I should take the chance only too thankfully, if it were to come. We mean to leave no stone unturned to carry out our intent. We have arranged with certain officials that the instant the Serena Catherine is seen, we are to be informed by a special messenger. 24 October. A whole week of waiting. Daily telegrams to Godalming, but only the same story, not yet reported. Mina's morning and evening hypnotic answer is unvaried. Lapping waves, rushing water, creaking masts. Telegram, Rufus Smith, Lloyd's, London, to Lord Godalming, care of HBM Vice Consul, Varna. 24 October. Serena Catherine reported this morning from the Dardanelles. Dr. Seward's diary. 25 October. How I miss my phonograph. To write diary with a pen is irksome to me, but Van Helsing says I must. We were all wild with excitement yesterday when Godalming got his telegram from Lloyd's. I know now what men feel in battle when the call to action is heard. Mrs. Harker, alone in our party, did not show any sign of emotion. After all, it is not strange that she did not, for we took special care not to let her know anything about it. And we all tried not to show any excitement when we were in her presence. In old days, she would, I am sure, have noticed, no matter how we might have tried to conceal it. But in this way, she is greatly changed during the past 3 weeks. The lethargy grows upon her, and though she seems strong and well, and is getting back some of her color, Van Helsing and I are not satisfied. We talk of her often. We have not, however, said a word to the others. It would break poor Harker's heart, certainly his nerve, if he knew that we had even a suspicion on the subject. Van Helsing examines, he tells me, her teeth very carefully. Whilst... Oh. Thank you, Matsu, for the follow. Thank you so much. Welcome to the library. Van Helsing examines, he tells me, her teeth very carefully while she is in the hypnotic condition. For he says that so long as they do not begin to sharpen, there is no active danger of a change in her. If this change should come, it would be necessary to take steps. We both know what those steps would have to be, though we do not mention our thoughts to each other. We should neither of us shrink from the task, awful though it be to contemplate. Euthanasia is an excellent and comforting word. I am grateful to whoever invented it. It is only about 24 hours sail from the Dardanelles to here. At the rate the Serena Catherine has come from London. She should therefore arrive sometime in the morning, but as she cannot possibly get in before then, we made all but to retire early. We shall get up at 1 o'clock so as to be ready. 25 October, noon. No news yet of the ship's arrival. Mrs. Harker's hypnotic report this morning was the same as usual, so it is possible that we may get news at any moment. We men are all in a fever of excitement, except Harker, who is calm. His hands are cold as ice, and an hour ago I found him wetting the edge of the great Gorka knife, which he now always carries with him. It will be a bad lookout for the Count if the edge of that kukri ever touches his throat, driven by the stern, ice-cold hand. Van Helsing and I were a little alarmed about Mrs. Harker today. About noon, she got into a sort of lethargy, which we did not like. Although we kept silence to the others. We were neither of us happy about it. She had been restless all the morning, so that we were at first glad to know that she was sleeping. When, however, her husband mentioned casually that she was sleeping so soundly that he could not wake her, we went to her room to see for ourselves. She was breathing naturally, and looked so well and peaceful that we agreed that the sleep was better for her than anything else. Poor girl, she has so much to forget that it is no wonder that sleep, if it brings her to oblivion, does her good. Later, our opinion was justified. Our opinion was justified, for when, after a refreshing sleep of some hours, she woke, she seemed brighter and better than she had been for days. At sunset, she made the usual hypnotic report. Wherever he may be in the Black Sea, the Count is hurrying to his destination, to his doom, I trust. Oh, I haven't seen that that BBC version. Is it like a TV series that was made in the 70s, or is it like an audio drama or something? 26 October. Okay, yeah, a TV film, yeah. Uh, it. Oh, nice. Yeah, it reminds me of the very old uh adaptation of the Chronicles of Narnia. I think that it was um I think it was a BBC as well. That did that. I forget when it was made, but I remember watching it at a friend's house when I was a kid at a sleepover. And it was fun. 26 October. Another day and no tidings of the Serena Catherine. She ought to be here by now. That she is still journeying somewhere is apparent, for Mrs. Harker's hypnotic report at sunrise was still the same. It is possible that the vessel may be lying by at times for fog. Some of the steamers, which came in last evening, reported batches of fog, both to north and south of the port. We must continue our watching, as the ship may now be signaled at any moment. October, noon. Most strange. No news yet there. No news yet of the ship we wait for. Mrs. Harker's reported last night. Mrs. Harker reported last night, and this morning as usual, lapping waves and rushing water. Though she added, the waves were very faint. The telegrams from London had been the same. No further report. Van Helsing is terribly anxious, and told me just now that he fears the Count is escaping us. He added significantly, I do not like that lethargy of Madame Mina's. Souls and memories do not do strange things during trance. I was about to ask him more, But Harker just then came in, and he held up a warning hand. We must try tonight at sunset to make her speak more fully when in her hypnotic state. Telegram. Rufus Smith, Lloyd's, London. To Lord Godalming, care of H.B.M. Vice-Consul, Varna. 28 October. Serena Catherine reported entering Galatz at 1 o'clock today. Dr. Seward's diary. 28 October. When the telegram came announcing the arrival in Galatz, I did not think it was such a shock to any of us as we might have expected. True, we did not know whence or how or when the bolt would come, but I think we all expected that something strange would happen. The delay of arrival at Varna made us individually satisfied that things would not be just as we had expected. We only waited to learn where the change would occur. Nonetheless, however, it wasn't a surprise. I suppose that nature works on such a hopeful basis that we believe against ourselves that things will be as they ought to be. Not as we should know that they will be. Transcendentalism is a beacon to the angels, even if it be a will-o-wisp to a man. It was an odd experience, and we all took it differently. Van Helsing raised his hand over his head for a moment, as though in remonstrance with the Almighty. But he said not a word, and in a few seconds stood up with his face sternly set. Lord Godalming grew very pale, and sat breathing heavily. I was myself half stunned, and looked in wonder at one after another. Quincy Morris tightened his belt with that quick movement which I knew so well. In our old wandering days it meant action. Mrs. Harker grew ghastly white, so that the scar on her forehead seemed to burn. But she folded her hands meekly and looked up in prayer. Harker smiled, actually smiled, the dark, bitter smile of one who is without hope. But at the same time his actions belied his words, for his hands instinctively sought the hilt of the great kukri knife, and rested there. When does the next train start for Galatz? Said Van Helsing to us generally. At 6:30 tomorrow morning. We all started, for the answer came from Mrs. Harker. How on earth do you know? Said Art. You forget, or perhaps you do not know that Jonathan does, though Jonathan does, and so does Dr. Van Helsing, that I am the train fiend. At home in Exeter, I always used to make up the timetables so as to be helpful to my husband. I found it so useful sometimes that I made a study of the timetables now. I knew that if anything were to take us to Count Dracula, we should go by Galatz. Oh, okay. I knew that if anything were to take us to Castle Dracula, we should go by Galatz. Or at any rate, through Bucharest. So I learned the times very carefully. Unhappily, there are not many to learn. Also, as the only train tomorrow leaves as I say." "Wonderful woman," murmured the professor. "Can't we get a special?" asked Lord Godalming. Van Helsing shook his head. "I fear not. This land is very different from yours or mine. Even if we did have a special, it would probably not arrive as soon as our regular train. Moreover, we have something to prepare. We must think. Now let us organize. You, friend Arthur, go to the train and get the tickets, and arrange that all be ready for us to go in the morning. Do you, friend Jonathan, go to the agent of the ship and get from him letters to the agent in Galatz, with authority to make search the ship, just as it was here. Morris Quincy, you see the vice consul and get his aid with his fellow in Galatz, and all he can do to make our way smooth, so that no time be lost when over the Danube. John will stay with Madam Mina and me, and we shall consult. For so if time be long, you may be delayed, and it will not matter when the sun set, since I am here with Madam to make report." "And I," said Mrs. Harker brightly, and more like her old self than she had been for many a long day, "shall try to be of use in all ways, and shall think and write for you as I used to do. Something is shifting from me in some strange way, and I feel freer than I have been of late." The three younger men looked happier at the moment, as they seemed to realize the significance of her words, but Van Helsing and I, turning to each other, met each a grave and troubled glance. We said nothing at the time, however. When the three men had gone out to their tasks, Van Helsing asked Mrs. Harker to look up the copy of the diaries and find him the part of Harker's journal at the castle. She went away to get it. When the door was shut upon her, he said to me, "We mean the same. Speak out. There is some change. It is a hope that makes me sick, for it may deceive us." "Quite so. Do you know why I asked her to go to get the manuscript?" "No," said I, "unless it was to get an opportunity of seeing me alone." "You are right in part, friend John, but only in part. I want to tell you something, and oh, my friend, I am taking a great and terrible risk. But I believe it is right. In the moment when Madam Mina said those words that arrest both our understanding, an inspiration came to me. In the trance of 3 days ago, the Count sent her his spirit to read her mind, or more like he took her to see him in his earth box, in the ship, with the water rushing, just as it go free at rise and set of sun. He learned then that we are here, for she have more to tell in her open life, with eyes to see and ears to hear, than he, shut as he is in his coffin box. Now he makes his most effort to escape us. At present, he want her not. He is sure with his so great knowledge that she will come at his call, but he cut her off, take her as he can do, out of his own power, that she come not to him. Ah, there I have hope that our man brains, man brains, that our man brains that have been of man so long, and that have not lost the grace of God, will come higher than his child brain that lie in his tomb for centuries, that grow not yet to our stature, and that do only work selfish and therefore small, and that do only work selfish and therefore small. Here comes Madamina. Not a word of her, a word to her of her trance. She know it not, and it would overwhelm her and make despair just when we want her. We want all her hope, all her courage. When most we want all her great brain, which is trained like man's brain, but is of sweet woman, and have a special power which the Count give her, and which he may not take away altogether, though he think not so. Hush, let me speak, and you shall learn. Oh, John, my friend, we are in awful straits. I fear, as I never feared before. We can only trust the good God. Silence. Here she comes. I thought that the professor was going to break down and have hysterics, just as he had when Lucy died. But with great effort he controlled himself and was at perfect nervous poise when Mrs. Harker tripped into the room, bright and happy-looking, and in the doing of work seemed forgetful of her misery. As she came in, she handed a number of sheets of typewriting to Van Helsing. He looked over them gravely, his face brightening up as he read. Then, holding the pages between his finger and thumb, he said, "Friend John, to you with so much experience already, and you, too, dear Madam Mina, that are young, here is a lesson. Do not fear ever to think. A half-thought has been buzzing often in my brain, but I fear to let him loose his wings. Here now, with more knowledge, I go back to where that half-thought come from, and I find that he be no half-thought at all, that be a whole thought, though so young that he is not yet strong to use his little wings. Nay, like the ugly duck of my friend Hans Andersen, he be no duck thought at all, but a big swan thought, that sail nobly on big wings when the time come for him to try them. See, I read here what Jonathan have written. That other of his race, who in a later age, again and again, brought his forces over the great river into Turkey land, who, when he was beaten back, came again and again and again, though he had to come alone from the bloody fields where his troops were being slaughtered, since he knew that he alone could ultimately triumph. What does this tell us? Not much? No. The Count's child thoughts see nothing. Therefore, he speaks so free. Your man thought see nothing. My man thought see nothing till just now. No, but there comes another word from someone who speak without thought, because she too know not what it might mean. Just as there are elements which rest, yet when in nature, in nature's course, they might move. They move on their way, and they touch, then poof, and there comes a flash of light, heaven wide. They're blind and kill and destroy some, but that show up all earth below for leagues and leagues. Is it not so? Well, I shall explain. To begin, have you ever studied the philosophy of crime? Yes and no. You, John, yes, for it is a study of insanity. You, no, Madam Mina, for crime touch you not but once. Still, your mind works true, and argues not particulari ad universal. There is this peculiarity in criminals. It is so constant in all countries and at all times, that even police, who know not much from philosophy, come to know it empirically, that it is. That is to be empiric. The criminal always work at one crime. That is the true criminal, who seems predestinate to crime, and who will of none other. This criminal has not full man brain. He is clever and cunning and resourceful, but he be not of man stature as to brain. He be of child brain in much. Now, this criminal of ours is predestinate to crime also. He too have child brain. And it is of the child to do what he have done. The little bird, the little fish, the little animal learn not by principle, but empirically. And when he learned to do, then there is to the ground to start from to do more. Dos pons do, said Archimedes. Give me a fulcrum, and I shall move the world. To do once is the fulcrum, whereby the child brain makes become man brain. And until he have the purpose to do more, he continued to do the same again every time, just as he have done before. Oh, my dear, I see that your eyes are opened, and that to you the lightning flash show all the leagues. For Mrs. Harker began to clap her hands, and her eyes sparkled. He went on. Now you shall speak. Tell us two dry men of science what you see with those so bright eyes. He took her hand and held it whilst she spoke. His finger and thumb closed on her pulse. As I thought instinctively and unconsciously, she spoke. The Count is a criminal, and of criminal type. Nordau and Lombroso would so classify him, and criminal he is of imperfectly formed mind. Thus, in a difficulty, he has to seek a resource in habit. His past is a clue, and the one page of it that we know, and that from his own lips, tells that once before, when in what Mr. Morris would call a tight place, he went back to his own country from the land he had tried to invade, and thence, without losing purpose, prepared himself for a new effort. He came again better equipped for his work, and won. So he came to London to invade a new land. He was beaten, and when all hope of success was lost, his existence in danger, he fled back over the sea to his home, just as formerly he had fled back over the Danube from Turkey land. Good, good. Oh, you so clever lady, said Van Helsing enthusiastically, as he stooped and kissed her hand. A moment later he said to me, as calmly as though we had been having a sick-room consultation, 72 only, and in all this excitement I have hope. Turning to her again, he said, with a keen expectation, But go on, go on. There is more to tell, if you will. Be not afraid. John and I know. I do in any case, and shall tell you if you are right. Speak without fear. I will try to, but you will forgive me if I seem egotistical. Nay, fear not. You must be egotist. For it is of you that we think. Then, as he is a criminal, he is selfish. And as his intellect is small, and his action is based on selfishness, he confines himself to one purpose. That purpose is remorseless. As he fled back over the Danube, the Danube. I don't know how to pronounce that. Leaving his forces to be cut to pieces. So now he is intent on being safe, careless of all. So his own selfishness frees my soul somewhat from the terrible power which he acquired over me on that dreadful night. I felt it. Oh, I felt it. Yeah. I'm an American. It's like our thing to mispronounce and not know anything about other countries, so it's on brand. Whatever. I felt it. Oh, I felt it. Thank God, for his great mercy, my soul is freer than it has been since that awful hour. And all that haunts me is a fear lest, in some trance or dream, he may have used my knowledge for his ends. The professor stood up. He has so used your mind, and by it he has left us here, in Varna, whilst the ship that carried him rushed through enveloping fog up to Galatz, where doubtless he had made preparation for escaping from us. But his child mind only saw so far, and it may be that, as ever is in God's providence, the very thing that the evildoer most reckoned on for his selfish good turns out to be his chiefest harm. The hunter is taken in his own snare, as the great psalmist says. For now that he think he is free from every trace of us all, that he has escaped, and that he has escaped us with so many hours to him, then his selfish child brain will whisper him to sleep. He think too that he has cut himself off from knowing your mind. There can be no knowledge of him to you. There is where he fails. That terrible baptism of blood which he gave you makes you free to go to him in spirit, as you have done, as you have yet done in your times of freedom. when the sun rise and set. At such times, you go by my volition, and not by his, and this power to good of you and others you have won from your suffering at his hands. This is now all more precious that he know it not, and to guard himself, have even cut himself off from his knowledge of our where. We, however, are not selfish, and we believe that God is with us through him, through all this blackness and these many dark hours. We shall follow him, and we shall not flinch, even if we peril ourselves, that we become like him. Friend John, this has been a great hour, and it have done much to advance us on our way. You must be scribe and write him down, and write him all down, so that when the others return from their work, you can give it to them. Then they shall know as we do. And so I have written it whilst we wait for their return. And Mrs. Hawker has written with her typewriter all since she brought the manuscript to us. Just as an aside, I think that I'm going to have to add a man brain sound alert to the stream, because that is so funny to me. Like, it sounds so silly. Just man brain, child brain, man brain. I don't know. It sounds so funny. It's like every time I read Man Brain, I thought to myself, Man Bear Pig. He's out there. He's coming. He's coming for you. Man Bear Pig. I will do it. Chapter 26. Dr. Seward's Diary. So one thing that I find really interesting about reading Dracula is that, like, obviously we know all about the characters. Like, we know Jonathan Harker. We know like as a modern society, most people know the name Harker from Mina and Jonathan Harker. We know Van Helsing from, whatever sort of media you get Van Helsing from, whether it's the amazing Hugh Jackman film, or whether it's from some version of Dracula that you've seen. And we obviously know the name Dracula, but there's just a bunch of characters that get, like, literally most of the page count, most of the screen time or page count is taken up by Dr. Seward, mostly Dr. Seward, but like also Quincy Morris and Arthur Godalming. And like, I have never heard those three characters' names before reading the actual book, which is interesting to me, that they take up so much screen time that I've never heard of their names. It's just weird to me. Anyway, Dr. Seward's Diary. 29 October. This was written in the train from Varna to Galatz. Last night we all assembled a little before the time of sunset. Each of us had done his work as well as he could, so far as thought and endeavor and opportunity go. So far as thought and endeavor and opportunity go, we are prepared for the whole of our journey and for our work when we get to Galatz. When the usual time came around, Mrs. Harker prepared herself for the hypnotic effort. And after a longer and more serious effort on the part of Van Helsing. Really? Is he in the Netflix show? Or because I haven't played the Castlevania games. I think I've seen the first 2 seasons of the Castlevania Netflix show, the anime. But I haven't played the games. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. And after a longer and more serious effort on the part of Van Helsing than has usually been necessary, she sank into the trance. Usually she speaks on a hint, but this time the professor had to ask her questions, and ask them pretty resolutely before we could learn anything. At last her answer came. I could see nothing. We are still. There are no waves lapping, but only a steady swirl of water, softly running against the hawser. I can hear men's voices calling near and far, and the roll and creak of oars in the rowlocks. A gun is fired somewhere. The echo of it seems far away. There is a trampling of feet overhead, and ropes and chains are dragged along. What is this? There is a gleam of light. I can feel the air blowing up upon me. Here she stopped. She had arisen, as if impulsively, from where she lay on the sofa, and raised both her hands, palms upward, as if lifting a weight. Van Helsing and I looked at each other with understanding. Quincy had raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at her intently, while Harker's hand instinctively closed round the hilt of his kukri. There was a long pause. We all knew that the time when she could speak was passing, but we felt that it was useless to say anything. Suddenly she sat up, and as she opened her eyes, said sweetly, "Would none of you like a cup of tea? You must all be so tired." We could only make her happy, and so acquiesced. She bustled off to get tea, which, when she had gone, Van Helsing said, "You see, my friends, he is close to land. He has left his earth chest, but he has yet to get on shore. In the night he may lie hidden somewhere, but if he be not carried on shore, or if the ship do not touch it, he cannot achieve land. In such case, he can, if it be in the night, change his form, and can jump or fly on shore, as he did at Whitby. But if the day come before he get on shore, then unless he be carried, he cannot escape. And if he be carried, then the customs men may discover what the box contain. Thus, in fine, if he escape not on shore tonight, or before dawn, then there will be the whole of the day lost to him. We may then arrive in time, for if he escape not at night, we shall come on him in daytime, boxed up and at our mercy. For he dare not be his true self, awake and visible, lest he be discovered. There was no more to be said. We waited in patience until the dawn, at which time we might learn more from Mrs. Harker. Early this morning we listened, with breathless anxiety, for her response in her trance. The hypnotic stage was even longer in coming than before, and when it came, the time remaining until the full sunrise was so short that we began to despair. Van Helsing seemed to throw his whole soul into the effort. At last, in obedience to his will, she made reply. All is dark. I hear the lapping water level with me, and some creaking as of wood. She paused, and the red sun shot up. We must wait till tonight. And so it is that we are traveling towards Galatz in an agony of expectation. We are due to arrive between 2 and 3 in the morning, but already at Bucharest we are 3 hours late, so we cannot possibly get in till well after sunup. Thus, we shall have 2 more hypnotic messages from Mrs. Harker. Either or both may possibly throw more light on what is happening. Later. Sunset has come and gone. Fortunately, it came at a time when there was no distraction. For had it occurred while we were at a station, we might not have secured the necessary calm and isolation. Mrs. Harker yielded to the hypnotic influence even less readily than this morning. I am in fear that her power of reading the Count's sensations may die away, just when we want it most. It seems to me that her imagination is beginning to work. While she has been in the trance, hitherto she has confined herself to the simplest of facts. If this goes on, it may ultimately mislead us. If I thought that the Count's power over her would die away equally with her power of knowledge, it would be a happy thought, but I am afraid that it might not be so. When she did speak, her words were enigmatical. Something is going on. I can feel it pass me like a cold wind. I can hear far off confused sounds, as of men talking in strange tongues, fierce falling water, and the howling of wolves. She stopped, and a shudder ran through her, increasing in intensity for a few seconds, till at the end she shook as though in a palsy. She said no more, even in answer to the professor's imperative questioning. When she woke from the trance, she was cold and exhausted and languid, but her mind was all alert. She could not remember anything, but asked what she had said. When she was told, she pondered over it deeply for a long time, and in silence. 30 October, 7 a.m. Almost Halloween. 30 October, 7 a.m. We are near Galatz now, and I may not have time to write later. sunrise this morning was anxiously looked for by all of us. Knowing of the increasing difficulty of procuring the hypnotic trance, Van Helsing began his passes earlier than usual. They produced no effect, however, until the regular time, when she yielded with with a still greater difficulty, only a minute before the sunrise. The professor lost no time in his questioning. Her answer came with equal quickness. All is dark. I hear water swirling by, level with my ears, and the creaking of wood on wood. Cattle low far off. There is another sound, a queer one, like... She stopped. She stopped and grew white and whiter still. Go on, speak, I command you, said Van Helsing in an agonized voice. At the same time, there was a despair in his eyes, for the risen sun was reddening even Mrs. Harker's pale face. She opened her eyes, and we all started as she said, sweetly and seemingly with the utmost unconcern, "Oh, Professor, why ask me to do what you know I can't? I don't remember anything." Then, seeing the look of amazement on our faces, she said, turning from one to the other with a troubled look, "What have I said? What have I done? I know nothing, only that I was lying here half asleep, and heard you say, 'Go on, speak, I command you.' It seemed so funny to hear you order me about, as if I were a bad child." "Oh, Madam Mina," he said sadly, "it is proof, if proof need be needed, of how I love and honor you. When a word from your good, spoken more earnest than ever, can seem so strange, because it is to order her, whom I am proud to obey. The whistles are sounding. We are nearing Galatz. We are on fire with anxiety and eagerness." Mina Harker's Journal. 30 October. Mr. Morris took me to the hotel where our rooms had been ordered by telegraph. He being the one who could best be spared, since he does not speak any foreign language. The forces were distributed much as they had been at Varna, except that Lord Godalming went to the Vice Consul, as his rank might serve as an immediate guarantee of some sort to the official. We being in extreme hurry, Jonathan and the two doctors went to the shipping agent to learn particulars of the arrival of the Serena Catherine. Later. Lord Godalming has returned. The consul is away, and the vice-consul sick. So the routine work has been attended to by a clerk. He was very obliging, and offered to do anything in his power. Jonathan Harker's Journal. 30 October. At 9 o'clock, Dr. Van Helsing, Dr. Seward, and I were called on Messrs. Mackenzie and Steinkoff, the agents of the London firm of Hapgood. They had received a wire from London in answer to Lord Godalming's telegraphed request, asking them to show us any civility in their power. They were more than kind and courteous, and took us at once on board the Serena Catherine, which lay at anchor out in the river harbor. There we saw the captain, Donaldson by the name, who told us of his voyage. He said that in all his life he had never had so favorable a run. Man, he said, but it made us afeard, for we expected that she should have to pay for it with some rare piece of ill luck, so as to keep up the average. It's not canny to run from London to the Black Sea with a wind behind you, as though the devil himself were blowing on your sail for his own purpose. And in the time we could no spare a thing. Gin we were nigh a ship, nor or a port, or a headland. A fog fell on us, and travelled with us till when after it had lifted, we looked out, and not a thing we could see. We ran by Gibraltar without being able to signal, until we came to the Dardanelles, and had to wait to get our permit to pass. We never were within hail of aught. At first I inclined to slack off sail and beat about till the fog was lifted. But while I thought that if the devil was minded us to get us into the Black Sea quick, he was like to do it whether we would or not. If we had a quick voyage, it would be not to our miscredit with the owners, or no hurt to our traffic. And the old man who had served his own purpose would be decently grateful to us for not hindering him. This mixture of simplicity and cunning, of superstition and commercial reasoning, aroused Van Helsing. Well then. Who said, "Mine friend, that devil is more clever than he is thought by some, and he know when he meet his match." The skipper was not displeased with the compliment, and went on. When we got past the Bosphorus, the men began to grumble. Some of them, the Romanians, came and asked me to heave overboard a big box, which we had been put on board by a queer-looking old man. And just before we had started from London, I had seen them spear at the fellow and put out their two fingers when they saw him, to guard against the evil eye. Mad. But the superstition of foreigners is perfectly ridiculous. I see them about their business pretty quick, but as just as after a fog closed in on us, I felt a wee bit as they did about something. Though I wouldn't say it was again the big it was the big box. Well, on we went, and the fog didn't let up for 5 days. I just let the wind carry us, for if the devil wanted to get somewheres, well, he would fetch it up. He would fetch it up all right. And if he didn't, well, we'd keep a sharp lookout anyhow. Sure enough, we had a fair way and deep water all the time. And 2 days ago, when the morning sun came through the fog, we found ourselves just in the river opposite Galatz. The Romanians were wild, and wanted me, right or wrong, to take out the box and fling it into the river. I had to argue with them about it with a handspike. And when the last of them rose off the deck with his head in his hands, I had convinced them that, evil eye or no evil eye, the property and the trust of my owners were better in my hands than in the river. That had, mind you, they had, mind you, taken the box on the deck, ready to fling it, and as it was marked Galatz via Varna, I thought I'd let it lie till we discharged in the port, and get rid of the thing altogether. We didn't do much clearing that day, and had to remain the night at the anchor. But in the morning, Bram, brought an early hour before the sunup, a man came aboard with an order, written to him from England, to receive a box marked for one Count Dracula. Sure, the matter was one ready to his hand. Sure, eunuch the matter. I don't know. The matter was ready to his hand. He had his papers ready. He had his papers all right. And glad I was to be rid of the damn thing. For I was beginning to feel uneasy about it. If the devil had did have any luggage aboard the ship, I'm thinking it was in that box. What was the name of the man who took it? Asked Dr. Van Helsing, with restrained eagerness. I'll be telling you quick, he answered, and stepping down to his cabin, produced a receipt signed Emanuel Hildensheim. Bargenstrasse 16 was the address. We found out that this was all the captain knew, so with thanks we came away. We found Hildesheim in his office, a Hebrew of rather Adelphia theater type, with a nose like a sheep. Really? Oh boy. With a nose like a sheep and a fez. His arguments were pointed with specie, we doing the punctuation, and with a little bargaining, he told us what he knew. This turned out to be simple but important. He had received a letter from Mr. Deville of London, telling him to receive, if possible, before sunrise, so as to avoid customs, a box which would arrive at Galatz. In the Serena Catherine. This he was to give in charge to a certain Petrov Skinsky, who dealt with the Slovaks who traded down the river to the port. He had been paid for his work by an English banknote, which had been duly cashed for gold in the local international bank. When Skinsky had come to him, he had taken him to the ship and handed over the box, so as to save potterage. That was all he knew. We then sought for Skinsky, but were unable to find him. One of his neighbors, who did not seem to bear him any affection, said that he had gone away 2 days before. No one knew whither. This was corroborated by his landlord, who had received by messenger the key of the house, together with the rent due, in English money. This had been between 10 and 11 o'clock last night. We were at a standstill again. Whilst we were talking, one came running and breathing, and breathlessly gasped out that the body of Skinsky had been found inside the wall of the churchyard of St. Peter, and that the throat had been torn open as if by some wild animal. Those we had been speaking with ran off to see the horror, the man crying out, "This is the work of a Slavic." We hurried away, lest we should have been in some way drawn into the affair, and so detained. As we came home, we could arrive at no definite conclusions. We were all convinced that the box was on its way, by water, to somewhere. But where that might be, we would have to discover. With heavy hearts, we came home to the hotel at Tamina. When we met together, the first thing was to consult as to taking Mina again into our confidence. Things are getting desperate, and it is at least a chance, though hazardous one. As a preliminary step, I was released from my promise to her. Mina Harker's journal. 30 October, evening. They were so tired and worn out and dispirited that there was nothing to be done till they had some rest. So I asked them all to lie down for half an hour, while I should enter everything up to the moment. I feel so grateful to the man who invented the traveler's typewriter, and to Mr. Morris for getting this one for me. I should have felt quite astray doing the work if I had to write with a pen. It is all done, poor dear Jonathan. What he must have suffered. What must he be suffering now? He lies on the sofa, hardly seeming to breathe, and his whole body appears in collapse. His brows are knit, his face is drawn with pain. Poor fellow, maybe he is thinking, and I can see his face all wrinkled up with concentration of his thoughts. Oh, if I could only help it all. I shall do what I can. I have asked Dr. Van Helsing, as he just got me all the papers that I have not yet seen. Whilst they are resting, I shall go over all carefully, and perhaps I may arrive at some conclusion. I shall try to follow the professor's example, and think without prejudice on the facts before me. I do believe that under God's providence, I have made a discovery. I shall get the maps and look them over. I am more than ever sure that I am right. My new conclusion is ready, so I shall get our party together and read it. They can judge it. It is well to be accurate, and every minute is precious. Mina Harker's memorandum, entered in her journal. Ground of inquiry. Count Dracula's problem is to get back to his own place. A. He must be brought back by someone. This is evident, for For he had power to move himself as he wished. He could go either as a man. For had he power to move himself as he wished, he could go either as a man or wolf or bat, or in some other way. He evidently fears discovery or interference. In the state of helplessness in which he must be, confined as he is between dawn and sunset, in his wooden box. B. How is he to be taken? Here is a process of exclusions that may help us, by road, by rail, or water. 1. By road. There are endless difficulties, especially in leaving the city. X. There are people, and people are curious, and investigate. A hint, a surmise, a doubt as to what might be in the box would destroy him. Y. There are, or there may have been, customs, or there may be customs officers to pass. Z. His pursuers might follow. This is his highest fear. And in order to prevent his being betrayed, he has repelled, so far as he can, even his victim, me. 2. By rail. There is no one in charge of the box. It would have to take its chance of being delayed, and delay would be fatal, with enemies on the track. True, he might escape at night, but what would he be if left in the storage place with no refuge that he could fly to? This is not what he intends, and he does not mean to risk it. 3. By water. Here is the safest way, in one respect, but with most danger in another. On the water, he is powerless, except at night. Even then, he can only summon fog, and storm, and snow, and his wolves. But were he wrecked, the living water would engulf him, helpless, and he would indeed be lost. Posture check. And, yeah. Thank you for the redeems. Drink of water. We're actually almost done. Wouldn't it be funny if it just ended on a cliffhanger? Like next time on Dracula. They don't seem to be very close to catching him right now. He could have the vessel drive to land, but if it were unfriendly land, wherein he was not free to move, his position would still be desperate. We know from the record that he was on the water. So what we have to do is ascertain what water. Next time on Dracula Ball Z. I have a picture in my head of Jonathan Harker just like, going, "Come here," for 10 chapters, and then just like staring at Dracula for another 30 chapters. The first thing is to realize exactly what he has done. As yet, we may then get a light on what his later task is to be. Firstly, we must differentiate between what he did in London as part of his general plan of action, when he was pressed for moments and had to arrange as best he could. Secondly, we must as well as we can surmise it from the facts that we know, what he has done here. As to the first, he evidently intended to arrive at Galatz, and sent envoys to Varna to deceive us, lest we should ascertain his means of exit from England. His immediate and sole purpose then was to escape. The proof of this is the letter of instructions sent to Emanuel Hildesheim to clear and take away the box before sunrise. There is also the instruction to Petrov Skinsky. These we must also only guess at, but there must have been some letter or message since Skinsky came to Hildesheim, and that so far his plans were successful we know. The Serena Catherine made a phenomenally quick journey, so much so that the captain's suspicions were aroused. But his superstition, united with his canniness, played the Count's game for him, and he ran with his favoring wind through fogs and all till he brought up blindfold at Galatz. That the Count's arrangements were well made has been proved. Hildesheim cleared the box, took it off, and gave it to Skinsky. Skinsky took it, and here we lose the trail. We only know that the box is somewhere on the water, moving along. The customs and the octroi, if there be any, have been avoided. Now we come to what the Count must have done after his arrival on land at Galatz. The box was given to Skinsky before sunrise. At sunrise, the Count could appear in his own form. Here we ask why Skinsky was chosen at all to aid in the work. In my husband's diary, Skinsky is mentioned as dealing with the Slovaks who trade down the river to the port, and the man's remark that the murder was the work of a Slovak showed the general feeling against his class. The Count wanted isolation. My surmise is this, that in London the Count decided to get back to his castle by water, as the most safe and secret way. He was brought from the castle by Sagani, and probably they delivered their cargo to Slovaks, who took the boxes to Varna, for there they were shipped for London. Thus the Count had knowledge of the process, or of the persons who could arrange this service. When the box was on land, before sunrise or after sunset, he came out from his box, met Skinsky, and instructed him what to do as to arrange the carriage of the box up some river. When this was done, and he knew that all was in train, he blotted out his traces, as he thought, by murdering his agent. I have examined the map, and find that the river most suitable for the Slovaks to have ascended is either the Pruth or the Serth. I read in the typescript that in my trance I heard cows low and water swirling level with my ears, and the creaking of wood. The Count is in his box. then and was on a river in an open boat. Propelled probably by either oars or poles, for the banks are near and it is working against the stream. There would be no such sound if floating downstream. Of course, it may not be either the Seraph or the Pruth, but we may possibly investigate further. Now, of these two, the Pruth is the more easily navigated, but the Seraph is at Fundu, joined by the Bistrista, which runs up round the Borgo Pass. The loop it makes is manifestly as close to Dracula's castle as can be got by water. Mina Harker's journal. Continued. When I had done reading, Jonathan took me in his arms and kissed me. The others kept shaking me with by both hands. Dr. Van Helsing said, "Our dear Madam Mina is once more our teacher. Her eyes have been where we were blinded. Now we are on the track once again, and this time we may succeed. Our enemy is at his most helpless, and if we can come on him by day, on the water, our task will be over. He has a start, but he is powerless to hasten, as he may not leave his box, lest those who carry him may suspect. For them to suspect would be to prompt them to throw him in the stream, or he perish. This he knows, and will not. Now, men, to our council of war, for here and now we must plan what each and all shall do. I shall get a steam lunch and follow him," said Lord Godalming, and I horses to follow on the bank, lest by chance he land." "Good," said Mr. Morris. "Good. Wait. Okay. I shall get a steam launch and follow him," said Lord Godalming, and I horses to follow on the bank, lest by chance he land, said Mr. Morris. "Good," said the professor. "Both good, but neither must go alone. There must be a force to overcome force if need be. The Slavic is strong and rough, and he carries rude arms." All the men smiled, for amongst them they carried a small arsenal. Said Mr. Morris, "I have brought some Winchesters. They are pretty handy in a crowd, and there may be wolves. The Count, if you remember, took some other precautions. He made some requisitions on others that Mrs. Harker could not quite hear or understand. We must be ready at all points." Dr. Seward said, "I think I had better go with Quincy. We have been accustomed to hunt together, and we two, well armed, will be a match for whatever may come along. You must not be alone, Art, if it may be necessary to fight the Slavics. And a chance thrust, for I don't suppose these fellows carry guns, would undo all our plans. There must be no chances this time. We shall not rest until the Count's head and body have been separated, and we are sure that he cannot reincarnate." He looked at Jonathan as he spoke, and Jonathan looked at me. I could see that the poor dear was torn about in his mind. Of course, he wanted to be with me, but then the boat service would most likely be the one which would destroy the vampire. Why did I hesitate to write the word? He was silent a while, and during his silence, Dr. Van Helsing spoke. Friend Jonathan, this is to you for twice reasons. First, because you are young and brave and can fight, and all energies may be needed at the last. And again, that it is your right to destroy him, that which has wrought so much woe to you and yours. Be not afraid for Madam Mina. She will be my care, if I may. I am old. My legs are not so quick to run as once, and I am not used to ride so long or to pursue as need be, or to fight with lethal weapons. I can be of other service. I can fight in other ways. And I can die, if need be, as well as a younger man. Now let me say that that what I would is this. While you, my Lord Godalming, and friend Jonathan go in your swift little steamboat up the river, whilst John and Quincy guard the bank where perchance he might be landed, I will take Madam Mina right into the heart of the enemy's country, whilst the old fox is tied in his box, floating on the running stream whence he cannot escape to land, where he dares not raise the lid of his coffin lest his Slavic carriers should in fear leave him to perish. We shall go in the track where Jonathan went, from Bistritz over the Borgo, and find our way to the castle of Dracula. Here Madam Mina's hypnotic power will surely help, and we shall find our way, all dark and unknown otherwise, after the first sunrise, when we are near that fateful place. There is much to be done, and other places to be made sanctify, so that nest of vipers be obliterated. Here Jonathan interrupted him hotly. Do you mean to say, Professor Van Helsing, that you would bring Mina, in her sad case, and tainted as she is with that devil's illness, right into the jaws of his death trap? Not for the world. Not for heaven or hell. He became almost speechless for a minute, and then went on. Do you know what that place is? Have you seen that awful den of hellish infamy, with the very moonlight alive with grisly shapes, and every speck of dust that whirls in the wind a devouring monster in embryo? Have you felt the vampire's lips on your throat? Here he turned to me, and as his eyes lit on my forehead, he threw up his arms with a cry. Oh my God, what have we done to have this terror upon us? And he sank down on the sofa in a collapse of misery. The professor's voice, as he spoke in clear and sweet tones, which seemed to vibrate in the air, calmed us all. Oh, my friend, it is because I would save Madam Mina from that awful place that I would go. God forbid that I should take her into that place. There is work, wild work, to be done there, that her eyes may not see. We men here, all save Jonathan, have seen with their own eyes what is to be done before that place can be purified. Remember that we are in terrible straits. If the Countess escape us this time, he is strong and cunning and subtle and cunning. He may choose to sleep him for a century, and then in time our dear one, he took my hand, would come to him to keep him company, and would be as those others that you, Jonathan, saw. You have told us of their gloating lips. You heard their laugh as they clutched the moving bag that the Count threw to them. You shudder, and well may it be. Forgive me that I make you so much pain, but it is necessary. My friend, it is not a dire need for the which I am giving, possibly my life. Is it not a dire need for the which I am giving, possibly my life? If it were that anyone went into that place to stay, it is I who have to go to keep them company. Do as you will, said Jonathan, with a sob that took him all over. We are in the hands of God. Later. Oh, it did me good to see the ways that these brave men worked. How can women help loving men when they are so earnest and so true and so brave? And too, it made me think of the wonderful power of money. What can it not do when it is properly applied? And what it might do when basely used. I felt so thankful that Lord Godalming is rich, and that both he and Mr. Morris, who has plenty of money, also, are willing to spend it so freely. For if they did not, our little expedition could not start, either so promptly, or so well equipped, as it will within another hour. It is not 3 hours since it was arranged what part each of us was to do, and now Lord Godalming and Jonathan have a lovely steamship, have a steam launch, with steam up ready to start at a moment's notice. Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris have half a dozen good horses, well appointed. We all have the maps and appliances of various kinds that can be had. Professor Van Helsing and I are to leave by the 11:40 train tonight for Veresti, where we are to get a carriage to drive to the Borgo Pass. We are bringing a good deal of ready money, as we are to buy a carriage and horses. We shall drive ourselves, for we have no one whom we can trust in the matter. The professor knows something of a great many languages, so we shall get on all right. We have all got arms, even for me, a large bore revolver. Jonathan, who would not be happy unless I was armed like the rest. Alas, I cannot carry one arm. Alas, I cannot carry one arm than the rest do. The scar on my forehead forbids that. Dear Dr. Van Helsing comforts me by telling me that I am fully armed, as there may be wolves. The weather is getting colder every hour, and there are snow flurries which come and go as warnings. Later. It took all my courage to say goodbye to my darling. We may never meet again. Courage, Mina. The professor is looking at you keenly. His look is a warning. There must be no tears now, unless it may be that God will let them fall in gladness. Jonathan Harker's journal. October 30th. Night. I am writing this in the light from the furnace door of the steam launch. Lord Godalming is firing up. He is an experienced hand at the work, as he has had for years a launch of his own on the Thames, and another on the Norfolk Broads. Regarding our plans, we finally decided that Mina's guess was correct. That if any waterway was chosen for the Count's escape back to his castle, the Sereth, and then the Bistrista at its junction would be the one. We took it. That somewhere about the 47th degree north latitude would be the place chosen for the crossing the country between the river and the Carpathians. We have no fear in running at good speed up the river at night. There is plenty of water, and the banks are wide enough apart to make steaming, even in the dark, easy enough. Lord Godalming tells me to sleep for a while, as it is enough for the present for one to be on watch. But I cannot sleep. How can I, with the terrible danger hanging over my darling, and her going out into that awful place? My only comfort is that we are in the hands of God. Only for that faith, it would be easier to die than to live, and so be quit of all the trouble. Mr. Morris and Dr. Seward were off on their long ride before we started. They are to keep up the right bank, far enough off to get on higher lands, where they can see a good stretch of river and avoid the following of its curves. They have, for the first stages, 2 men to ride and lead their spare horses, 4 in all, so as not to excite curiosity. When they dismiss the men, which shall be shortly, they shall themselves look after the horses. It may be necessary for us to join forces. If so, they can mount our whole party. One of the saddles has a movable horn, which can easily be adapted for Mina, if required. It is a wild adventure we are on. Here we are rushing along through the darkness, with the cold from the river seeming to rise up and strike us. With all the mysterious voices of the night around us, it all comes home. We seem to be drifting into unknown places and unknown ways, into a whole world of dark and dreadful things. Godalming is shutting the furnace door. 31 October. Still hurrying along. The day has come, and Godalming is sleeping. I am on watch. The morning is bitterly cold. The furnace heat is grateful, though we have heavy fur coats. As yet we have passed only a few open boats, but none of them have on board any box or package of anything like the size of the one we seek. The men were scared every time we turned our electric lamp on them, and they fell on their knees and prayed. 1 November, evening. No news all day. We have found nothing of the kind we seek. We have now passed into the Bistrista, and if we are wrong in our surmise, our chance is gone. We have overhauled every boat, big and little. Early this morning, one crew took us for a government boat and treated us accordingly. We saw in this a way of smoothing matters. So at Fondue, where the Bistrista runs into the Sereth, we got a Romanian flag, which we now fly conspicuously. With every boat which we have overhauled since then, this trick has succeeded. We have had every deference shown to us, and not once any objection to whatever we chose to ask or do. Some of the Slavics tell us that a big boat passed them, going at more than the usual speed, as she had double the crew on board. This was before they came to Fondue, so they could not tell us whether the boat turned into the Bistrista or continued up the Sereth. At Fondue, we could not hear of any such boat, so she must have passed there in the night. I am feeling very sleepy. The cold is perhaps beginning to tell upon me, and nature must have rest sometime. Godalming insists that he shall keep the first watch. God bless him for all his goodness to poor dear Mina and me. 2 November, morning. It is broad daylight. That good fellow would not wake me. He says it would have been a sin to, for I slept peacefully and was forgetting my trouble. It seems brutally selfish to me to have slept so long and let him watch all night. But he is quite right. I am a new man in this morning, and as I sit here, I watch him sleeping, I can do all that is necessary, both as to minding the engine, steering, and keeping watch. I can feel that my strength and my energy are coming back to me. I wonder where Mina is now, and Van Helsing. They should have got to Veresti about noon on Wednesday. It would have taken them some time to get the carriage and horses, so if they had started and traveled hard, they would be about now at the Borgo Pass. God guide and help them. I'm afraid to think what may happen. If we could only go faster. But we cannot. The engines are throbbing and are doing their utmost. I wonder how Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris are getting on. There seem to be endless streams running down the mountains into this river, but as none of them are very large at present, at all events, though they are terrible, doubtless in winter, and when the snow melts, the horsemen may not have met much obstruction. I hope that before we get to Strasba, we may see them, for if by that time we have not overtaken the Count, it may be necessary to take counsel together what to do next. Dr. Seward's Diary. 2 November. 3 days on the road. No news, no time to write, if there had been any. For every moment is precious. We have had only the rest needful for the horses, but we are both bearing it wonderfully. Those adventurous days of ours are turning up useful. We must push on. We shall never feel happy till we get the launch in sight again. 3 November. We heard at Fondue that the launch had gone up the Bristrista. I wish it wasn't so cold. There are signs of snow coming. And if it falls heavy, it will stop us. In such case, we must get a sledge and go on, Russian fashion. 4 November. Today we heard of the launch having been detained by an accident when trying to force a way up the rapids. The Slavic boat gets up all right, but by aid of a rope and steering with knowledge. Some went up only a few hours before. Godalming is an amateur fitter himself, and evidently it was he who put the launch in trim again. Finally, they got up the rapids all right, with local help, and are off on the chase afresh. I fear that the boat is not any better for the accident. The peasantry tell us that after she got upon smooth water again, she kept stopping every now and again, so long as she was in sight. We must push on harder than ever. Our help may be wanted soon. Mina Harker's Journal. 31 October. Arrived at Veracity, or Veracity, at noon. The professor tells me that this morning at dawn he could hardly hypnotize me at all, and that all I could say was cold, dark, and quiet. He is off now, buying a carriage and horses. He says that he will later on try to buy additional horses, so that we may be able to change them on the way. We have something more than 70 miles before us. The country is lovely and most interesting if we were only under different conditions. How delightful it would be to see it all. If Jonathan and I were driving through it alone, what a pleasure it would be to stop and see people and learn something of their life, and to fill our minds and memories with all the color and picturesqueness of the whole wild, beautiful country and the quaint people. But alas, later, Dr. Van Helsing has returned. He has got the carriage and horses. We are to have some dinner, and to start in an hour. The landlady is putting us up a huge basket of provisions. It seems enough for a company of soldiers. The professor encourages her, and whispers to me that it may be a week before we get any good food again. He has been shopping too, and has sent home such a wonderful lot of furs and wraps. Fur coats and wraps, and all sorts of warm things. There will not be any chance of our being cold. We shall soon be off. I am afraid to think what may happen to us. We are truly in the hands of God. He alone knows what may be, and I pray him with all the strength of my sad and humble soul that he will watch over my beloved husband, that whatever may happen, Jonathan may know that I loved him and honored him more than I can say, and that my latest and truest thought will always be of him. Okay, so we are at chapter 27. Chapter 27 is the last chapter. We have six. We have 17 pages. We have 17 pages left. it's getting a bit late. So do you want to plow through it, or do you want to leave it for tomorrow? I'm gonna let you guys you decide in chat. As I get a drink of water. Um. Okay. I'm okay to keep going. So I guess we will keep our promise and just plow through to the end. Chapter 27. Mina Harker's Journal. 1 November. All day long we traveled, and at a good speed. The horses seemed to know that they are being treated kindly, or kindly treated, for they go willingly at their they go willingly their full stage at best speed. We have now had so many changes and find the same thing so constantly that we are encouraged to think that the journey will be an easy one. Dr. Van Helsing is laconic. He tells the farmers that he is hurrying to Bistrist and pays them well to make the exchange of horses. We get hot soups. Oh, I could destroy a hot soup right now, actually. We get hot soup or coffee or tea, and off we go. It is a lovely country, full of beauties of all imaginable kinds, and the people are brave and strong and simple, and seem full of nice qualities. They are very, very superstitious. I think it's important for me to note that in my copy, the two varies there are in italics. So, very, very superstitious. In the first house where we stopped, when the woman who served us saw the scar on my forehead, she crossed herself and put her out 2 fingers towards me to keep off the evil eye. I believe they went to the trouble of putting an extra amount of garlic in our food, and I can't abide garlic. Ever since then, I have taken care not to take off my hat or veil, and so have escaped their suspicions. We are traveling fast, and as we have no driver with us to carry tales, we go ahead of scandal. But I dare say that fear of the evil eye will follow hard behind us all the way. The professor seems tireless. All day he would not take any rest. Though he made me sleep for a long spell. At sunset time, he hypnotized me, and says that I answered as usual, darkness, lapping water, and creaking wood. So our enemy is still on the river. I am afraid to think of Jonathan, but somehow I have now no fear for him or for myself. I write this whilst we wait in a farmhouse for the horses to be got ready. Dr. Van Helsing is sleeping. Poor dear, he looks very tired and old and grey. but his mouth is set as firmly as a conqueror's. Even in his sleep, he is instinct with resolution. When we have well started, I must make him rest whilst I drive. I shall tell him that we have days before us, and we must not break down when most of all his strength will be needed. All is ready. We are off shortly. 2 November, morning. I was successful, and we took turns driving all night. Now the day is on us, bright though cold. There is a strange heaviness in the air. I say heaviness for want of a better word. I mean that it oppresses us both. It is very cold, and only our warm furs keep us comfortable. At dawn, Van Helsing hypnotizes me, and he says I answered darkness and creaking wood and roaring water. So the river is changing as they ascend. I do hope that my darling will not run any chance of danger, more than need be, but we are in God's hands. 2 November, night. All day long driving. The country gets wilder as we go. And the great spurs of the Carpathians, which at Veresti seemed so far from us and so low on the horizon, now seem to gather round us and tower in front. We both seem in good spirits. I think we make an effort each to cheer the other. In the doing so, we cheer ourselves. Dr. Van Helsing says that by morning we shall reach the Borgo Pass. The houses are very few here now, and the professor says that the last horse we got will have to go on with us, as we may not be able to change. He got 2 in addition to the 2 we changed, so that now we have a rude 4 in hand. The dear horses are patient and good, and they give us no trouble. We are not worried with other travelers, and so I can drive. We shall get to the pass in daylight. We do not want to arrive before, so we take it easy, and have each a long rest in turn. Oh, what will tomorrow bring to us? We go to seek the place where my poor darling suffered so much. God grant that we may be guided all right, and that he will deign to watch over my husband and those dear to us both, and who are in such deadly peril. As for me, I am not worthy in his sight. Alas, I am unclean to his eyes, and shall be until he may deign to let me stand forth in his sight as one of those who have not incurred his wrath. Memorandum by Abraham Van Helsing. 4 November. This to my old and true friend, John Seward, M.D., of Purfleet, London. In case I may not see him, it may explain. It is morning, and I write by a fire, which all the night I have kept alive, Madam Mina aiding me. It is cold, so cold that the grey, heavy sky is full of snow, which when it falls will settle for all winter, as the ground is hardening to receive it. It seems to have affected Madam Mina, She has been so heavy of head all day that she was not like herself. She sleeps and sleeps and sleeps. She who is usual so alert have done literally nothing all day. She even have lost her appetite. She makes no entry into her little diary. She who writes so faithfully at every pause. Something whispered to me that all is not well. However, tonight she is more vif. Her long sleep all day have refreshed and restored her. For now she is all sweet and bright as ever. At sunset I must try to hypnotize her, but alas, with no effect. I tried to hypnotize her, but alas, with no effect. The power has grown less and less with each day, and tonight it failed me altogether. Well, God's will be done, whatever it may be, and whithersoever it may lead. Now to be historical. For as Madame Mina write not in her stenography, I must, in my cumbersome old fashion, that so each day of us may not go unrecorded. We got to the Borgo Pass just after sunrise yesterday morning. When I saw the signs of the dawn, I got ready for the hypnotism. We stopped our carriage and got down, so there might be no disturbance. I made a couch with the furs, and Madame Mina, lying down, yielded herself as usual, but more slow and more short time than ever, to the hypnotic sleep. As before came the answer, darkness and the swirling of water. Then she woke, bright and radiant, and we go on our way as soon as we reach the pass. At this time and place, she become all on fire with zeal, some new guiding power in her manifested. For she point to the road and say, "This is the way." This is the way. How know you it? I ask. Of course I know it, she answered with a pause, and with a pause added, "Have not my Jonathan travelled it and wrote of his travel?" At first I think somewhat strange, but soon I see that there be only one such road. It is used by but little, and very different from the coach road from Bukovina to Bistris, which is more wide and hard and more of use. So we came down this road when we meet other ways. Not always, when we meet other ways, not always were we sure that they were roads at all, for they be neglected, and light snow had fallen. The horses know, and they only. I give rein to them, and they go on so patient. By and by we find all the things which Jonathan have note in that wonderful diary of his. And then we go on for long hours and hours. At the first, I tell Madame Mina to sleep. She tries, and she succeeds. She sleeps all the time, till at the last I feel myself to suspicious grow, and attempt to wake her, but she sleeps on, and I may not wake her, though I try. I do not wish to try too hard lest I harm her, for I know that she have suffered much, and sleep at times be all in all to her. I think I drowse myself, for all of a sudden I feel guilt, as though I have done something, and I find myself bolt up, with the reins in my hand, and the good horses go along jog, just as ever. I look down and find Madam Mina still asleep. It is now not far off sunset time, and over the snow the light of the sun flow in big yellow flood, so that we throw great long shadow on where the mountain rise so steep. For we are going up, and all is, oh, so wild and rocky, and though it were the end of the world. Then I arouse Madam Mina. This time she awake with not much trouble, and then I try to put her to hypnotic sleep, but she sleep not, being as though I were not. Still I try and I try, till all at once I find her and myself in the dark. So I look round and find that the sun have gone down. Madam Mina laughed, and I turn and look at her. She is now quite awake, and looks so well as I never saw her since that night at Carfax, when we first entered the Count's house. I am amazed, and not at ease then. But she is so bright and tender and thoughtful for me that I forget all fear. I light a fire, for we have brought a supply of wood with us, and she prepared food, while I undo the horses and set them, tethered in shelter, to feed. Then when I return to the fire, she have my supper ready. I go to help her, but she smiled, and told me that she have eaten already, that she was so hungry that she would not wait. I like it not, and I have grave doubts, but I feared to affright her, and I am silent of it. She helped me, and I eat alone, and then we wrap in fur and lie beside the fire, and I tell her to sleep while I watch. But presently I forget all of watching, and when I sudden remember that I watch, I find her lying quiet but awake, and looking at me with so bright eyes. Once, twice more, with the same occur, and I get much sleep till morning. When I wake, I try to hypnotize her, but alas, though she shut her eyes obedient, she may not sleep. The sun rise up and up and up, and then sleep come to her too late, but so heavy that she will not wake. I lift her up and place her sleeping in the carriage. When I have harnessed the horses and make all ready, Madam Mina still asleep, and she look in her sleep more healthy and more better than ever before. And I like it not, and I am afraid. I am afraid of all things, even to think. But I must go on my way. The stake we play for is life and death, or more than these, and we must not flinch. 5 November, morning. Let me be accurate in everything, for though you and I have seen some strange things together, you may at first think that I, Van Helsing, am mad, that the many horrors and the so long strain on nerves has at the last turned my brain. All yesterday we traveled, ever getting closer to the mountains, moving into more and more wild and desert land. There are great frowning precipices and much falling water, and nature seemed to have held sometime her carnival. Madam Mina still sleep and sleep, and though I did not, I didn't, and though I did have hunger and appeased it, I could not wake her, even for food. I began to fear that the fatal spell of the place was upon her, fated as she is with that vampire baptism. Well, said I to myself, if it be that she sleep all day, it shall also be that I do not sleep at night. As we travel on the rough road, for a road of an ancient and imperfect kind there was, I held down my head and slept. Again I waked with the sense of guilt and a sense of time past, and found Mina still sleeping, and the sun low down. And all was indeed changed. The frowning mountains seemed further away, and we were near the top of a steep rising hill, on summit of which was such a castle as Jonathan tell of in his diary. At once I exulted and feared, for now, for good or for ill, the end was near. I woke Madam Mina, and tried to hypnotize her, but alas, unavailing till too late. Then, ere the great dark came upon us, for even after down sun, the heavens reflected the gone sun on the snow, and all was for a time in a great twilight. I took out the horses, and fed them in what shelter I could. Then I made a fire, and near it I make Madam Mina, now awake and more charming than ever, sit comfortably amid her rugs. I got ready food, but she would not eat, simply saying that she had not hunger. I did not press her, knowing her unavailingness, but I myself ate. For I must needs now be strong for all. Then, with the fear on me of what might be, I drew a ring so big for her. Comfort, round where Mina sat, and over the ring I passed some of the wafer, and I broke it fine so that all was well guarded. She sat still all the time, so still as one dead, and she grew whiter and ever whiter till the snow was not more pale. And no word she said, but when I drew near, she clung to me, and I could know that the poor soul shook from her head to feet with a tremor that was pain to feel. I said to her presently, when she had grown more quiet, "Will you not come over to the fire?" For I wished to make a test of what she could. She rose obedient, but when she had made a step, she stopped and stood as one stricken. "Why not go on?" I asked. She shook her head, and coming back, sat down in her place. Then, looking at me with open eyes, as one waked from sleep, she said simply, "I cannot," and remained silent. I rejoiced, for I knew I rejoiced, for I knew that what she could not, none of those that we dreaded could. None, though there might be danger to her body, yet her soul was safe. Presently the horses began to scream, and tore at their tethers, till I came to them and quieted them. When they felt my hands on them, they whinnied low, as in joy, and licked at my hands, and were quiet for a time. Many times through the night did I come to them, till it arrived to the cold hour when all nature is at the lowest, and every time my coming was with quiet of them. In the cold hour the fire began to die, and I was about stepping forth to replenish it, for when the snow came in flying sweeps, and with it a chill mist, even in the dark there was a light of some kind, as there ever is over snow, and it seemed as though the snow flurries and the wreaths of mist took shape as of a woman with trailing garments. All was in a dead grim silence, only that the horses whinnied and cowered, as if in terror of the worst. I began to fear horrible fears. But then came to me the sense of safety in the ring wherein I stood. I began, too, to think that my imaginings were of the night, and the gloom, and the unrest that I have gone through, and all the trouble, and all the terrible anxiety. It was as though my memories of all Jonathan's horrid experience were befooling me. For the snowflakes and the mist began to wheel and circle round, till I could get as through a shadowy glimpse of those women that would have kissed him. And then the horses cowered lower and lower, and moaned in terror as men do in pain. Even the madness of fright was not to them, so that they could break away. I feared for my dear Madam Mina when these weird figures drew near and circled around. I looked at her, but she sat calm and smiled at me. When I would have stepped to the fire to replenish it, she caught me and held me back, and whispered like a voice that one hears in a dream. So low it was. No, do not go without. Here you are safe. I turned to her, and looking in her eyes, said, "But you, it is for you that I fear." Whereat she laughed, a laugh low and unreal, and said, "Fear for me? Why fear for me? None safer in all the world from them than I am." And as I wondered at the meaning of her words, a puff of wind made the flame leap up, and I see the red scar on her forehead. Then, alas, I knew. Did I not? I would soon have learned, for the wheeling figures of mist and snow came closer, keeping ever without the holy circle. Then they began to materialize, till, if God have not taken away my reason, for I saw it through my own eyes, there were before me in actual flesh the same three women that Jonathan saw in the room when they would have kissed his throat. I saw the swaying round forms, The bright, hard eyes, the white teeth, the ruddy color, the voluptuous lips. They smiled ever at poor dear Madam Mina, and as their laugh came through the silence of the night, they twined their arms and pointed to her, and said in those so sweet, tingling tones that Jonathan said were of the intolerable sweetness of the water glasses. "Come, sister, come to us, come, come." In fear I turned to my poor Madam Mina, and my heart with gladness leapt like flame, for oh, the terror in her sweet eyes, the repulsion, the horror, told a story to my heart that was all of hope. God be thanked that she was not yet one of them. I seized some of the wafer, advancing on them towards the fire. They drew back before me, and laughed their low, horrid laugh. I fed the fire, and feared them not, for I knew they were safe within that we were safe within our protections. They could not approach me, whilst so armed, nor Madam Mina whilst she remained within the ring, which she could not leave no more than they could enter. The horses had ceased to moan, and lay still on the ground. The snow fell on them softly, and they grew whiter. I knew that there was for the poor beasts, no more of terror. And so we remained till the red of dawn to fall through the snow gloom. I was desolate and afraid, and full of woe and terror. But when that beautiful sun began to climb the horizon, life was to me again. At the first coming of the dawn, the horrid figures melted into whirling mist and snow. The wreaths of transparent gloom moved away towards the castle and were lost. Instinctively, with the dawn coming, I turned to Madam Mina, intending to hypnotize her. But she lay in a deep and sudden sleep, from which I could not wake her. I tried to hypnotize her through sleep, but she made no response, none at all. And the day broke. I fear yet to stir. I have made my fire, and have seen the horses. They are all dead. Today I have much to do here, and I keep waiting till the sun is up high. For there may be places where I must go, where that sunlight through the snow and mist obscure it, will bring me to safety. I will strengthen me with breakfast, and then I will to my terrible work. Madam Mina still sleeps, and God be thanked, she is calm in her sleep. Jonathan Harker's Journal. 4 November, evening. The accident to the launch has been a terrible thing for us. Only for it, we should have overtaken the boat long ago, and by now my dear Mina would have been free. I fear to think of her, off on the wolds near that horrible place. We have got horses, and we follow on the track. I note that whilst Godalming is getting ready. We have our arms. The Zagani must look out if they mean to fight. Oh, if only Morris and Seward were with us. We must only hope. If I write no more, goodbye, Mina. God bless you and keep you. Dr. Seward's Diary. 5 November. With the dawn, we saw the body of Zagani before us, dashing away from the river with their later wagon. They surrounded it in a cluster and hurried along as though beset. The snow is falling lightly, and there is a strange excitement in the air. It may be our own feelings, but the depression is strange. Far off, I hear the howling of wolves. The snow brings them down the mountains, and there are dangers to all of us from all sides. The horses are nearly ready, and we are off soon. We ride to death of someone, God alone knows who, or where, or what, or when, or how it may be. Dr. Van Helsing's Memorandum. 5 November, afternoon. I am at least sane. Thank God for that mercy at all events, though the proving it has been dreadful. When I left Madam Mina sleeping within the holy circle, I took my way to the castle. The blacksmith hammer which I took in the carriage from the Verity was useful, though the doors were all open after I broke off the rusty hinges. Lest some ill intent or ill chance should close them, so that I, being entered, I might not get out. Jonathan's bitter experience served me here. By memory of his diary, I found my way to the old chapel, for I knew that here my work lay. The air was oppressive. It seemed as if there was some sulphurous fume, which at times made me dizzy. Here, either there was a roaring in my ears, or I heard afar off the howl of wolves. Then I bethought me of my dear Madam Mina, and I was in a terrible plight. The dilemma had me between his horns. Her I had not dared to take into this place, but left safe from the vampire in that holy circle. And yet, even there would be the wolf. And yet, even there would be the wolf. I resolve me that my work lay here, and that, as to the wolves, we must submit if it were God's will. At any rate, it was only death and freedom beyond. So did I choose for her. Had it but been for myself, the choice had been easy. The maw of the wolf were better to rest in than the grave of the vampire. So I make my choice to go on with my work. I knew that there were at least 3 graves to find, graves that are inhabited. So I search, and find one of them. And I find one of them. She lay in her vampire sleep, so full of life and voluptuous beauty, that I shudder as though I have come to do murder. I doubt not that in old time, when such things were, many a man who set forth to do such a task as mine found at the last his heart failed him, and then his nerve. So he delay, till the mere beauty and the fascination of the wanton undead have hypnotized him. And he remain on and on, till sunset come and the vampire sleep be over. Then the beautiful eyes of the fair woman open and look love, and the voluptuous mouth present to a kiss. And man is weak, and there remain one more victim in the vampire fold, one more to swell the grim and grisly ranks of the undead. There is some fascination, surely, when I am moved by the mere presence of such a one, even lying as she lay in a tomb fretted with age and heavy with the dust of centuries. Though there be that horrid odor, such as the layers of the Count have had. Yes, I was moved, I, Van Helsing, with all my purpose, and my motive for hate. I was moved to a yearning for delay, which seemed to paralyze my faculties and to clog my very soul. It may it may have been that the need of natural sleep. It may have been that the need of natural sleep and the strange oppression of the air were beginning to overcome me. Certain it was that I was lapsing into sleep, the open-eyed sleep of one who yields to a sweet fascination, when there came through the snow-stilled air a long, low wail, so full of woe and pity that it woke me like the sound of a clarion. For it was the voice of my dear Madam Mina that I heard. Then I braced myself again to my horrid task, and found by wrenching away the tomb tops one of the other sisters, the other dark one. I dared not pause to look at her, as I had on her sister, lest once more I should begin to be enthralled. But I go on searching until presently I find in a high great tomb, as if made to one's much beloved, that other fair sister which, like Jonathan, I had seen gather herself out of the atoms of the mist. She was so fair to look upon, so radiantly beautiful, so exquisitely voluptuous, that the very instinct of man in me, which calls some of my gender to love, and to protect one of hers, made my head whirl with new emotion. But God be thanked, that soul wail of my dear Madam Mina had not died out of my ears, and before the spell could be wrought further upon me, I had nerved myself to my wild work. By this time I had searched all the tombs in the chapel, so far as I could tell, and as there had been only 3 of these undead phantoms around us in the night, I took that there were no more of the active undead existent. There was one great tomb more lordly than all the rest. Huge it was, and nobly proportioned. Oh, thank you, Emrys, for the raid. Or Emrys rhymes with the abyss. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Raiders. How's it going? I hope you had a great stream. What were you streaming? What were you playing? Final Fantasy X. Nice. Defeated Snakeyard Lady. I don't know who that is. I've never played Final Fantasy X. Um, well, I'm glad to hear that you were having fun, and that you slayed a monster. Dracula is almost done. We have uh, mm, we have about 7 pages left. So you caught us just at the very end. Um, Van Helsing has is uh, storming Dracula's castle alone. Oh, thank you so much for the gift subs, Emrys. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Um, Thank you very much. Oh yeah, definitely. Go to sleep. We're not going to be streaming for much longer. Probably. We're gonna finish up this, and then we'll probably say goodnight too. But thank you very much. Have a good night. Um, and yes, hello Raiders. We are just about to finish our reading of Dracula. Um, I am Emrys. I am a different Emrys than the one that you just left. Uh, I am Emrys the Fae Librarian, and I like to read books, public domain books to my chat, and public domain poetry, and also play RPGs badly, and possibly other games too at some point, not just RPGs. But yeah, I hope that you have a wonderful time in my library, and I will continue the reading. Um, and just to like give a scene, like the set of the scene as it currently stands. Dr. Van Helsing has, if you've never read Dracula, Dr. Van Helsing is in Dracula's castle, in his lair, in the old chapel attached to his castle, and has found all three of, or all the like the graves, the tombs in Dracula's castle, and three of them are filled currently with Dracula's wives. And he was having a little bit of difficulty killing them because they're super hot. Even though he's an old man and doesn't have that much of manly urges like that anymore. But he was, I believe he is going to be pretty okay with killing them because they're undead monstrosities. And now he's found Dracula's big old coffin, and he's about to read what is on the tomb. There was one great tomb, more lordly than all the rest. Huge it was, and nobly proportioned. On it was but one word: Dracula. This, then, was the undead home of the king vampire, to whom so many more were due. Its emptiness spoke eloquent to make certain what I knew. Before I began to restore these women to their dead selves, through my awful work, I laid in Dracula's tomb some of the wafer, and so banished him from it, undead forever. Then began my terrible task, and I dreaded it. Had it been but one, it would have been easy, comparatively. But three? To begin twice more after I had been through a deed of horror. For if it was terrible with the sweet Miss Lucy, what would it not be with these strange ones who had survived through centuries, who had been strengthened by the passing of the years, who would, if they could, have fought for their foul lives? Oh, my friend John, but it was a butcher's work. Had I not been nerved by the thoughts of other dead, and of the living over whom such a pall of over whom and of the living over whom hung such a pall of fear, I could not have gone on. I tremble and tremble even yet, though till all was over, God be thanked, my nerve did stand. Had I not seen the repose in the first place, and the gladness that stole over it, just ere the final dissolution came, as realization that the soul had been won, I could not have gone further with my butchery. I could not have endured the horrid screeching as the stake drove home, the plunging of writhing form, and the lips of bloody foam. I should have fled in terror and left my work undone, but it is over. And the poor souls, I can pity them now and weep, as I think of them placid, each in her full sleep of death, for a short moment ere fading. For friend John, hardly had my knife severed the head of each before the whole body began to melt away and crumble into its native dust. As though the death that should have come centuries gone had at last asserted himself and said at once and loud, I am here. Before I left the castle, I so fixed its entrances that never more can Dracula enter there undead. When I stepped into the circle where Madame Mina slept, she woke from her sleep and, seeing me, cried out in pain that I had endured too much. Come, she said, come away from this awful place. Let us go to meet my husband, who is, I know, coming towards us. She was looking thin and pale and weak, but her eyes were pure and glowed with fervor. I was glad to see her paleness and her illness, for my mind was full of the fresh horror of the ruddy vampire sleep. And so, with trust and hope, and yet full of fear, we go eastward to meet our friends and him, whom Madame Mia tell me that she know are coming to meet us. Mina Harker's Journal. 6 November. It was late in the afternoon when the professor and I took our way towards the east, whence I knew Jonathan was coming. We did not go fast, though the way was steeply downhill, for we had to take heavy rugs and wraps with us. We dared not face the possibility of being left without warmth in the cold and the snow. We had to take some of our provisions, too, for we were in a perfect desolation, and so far as we could see through the snowfall, there was not even a sign of habitation. When we had gone about a mile, I was tired with the heavy walking and sat down to rest. Then we looked back and saw where the clear line of Dracula's castle cut the sky, for we were so deep under the hill whereon it was set that the angle of perspective of the Carpathian Mountains was far below it. We saw it in all its grandeur, perched 1,000 feet on the summit of a sheer precipice. And with seemingly a great gap between it and the steep of the adjacent mountain on any side. There was something wild and uncanny about the place. We could hear the distant howling of wolves. They were far off, but the sound, even though coming muffled through the deadening snowfall, was full of terror. I knew from the way Dr. Van Helsing was searching about that he was trying to seek some strategic point where we would be less exposed in case of attack. The rough roadway still led downwards. We could trace it through the drifted snow. In a little while, the professor signaled to me, so I got up and joined him. He had found a wonderful spot, a sort of natural hollow in a rock, with an entrance like a doorway between two boulders. Two boulders. He took me by the hand and drew me in. "See," he said, "here you will be in shelter, and if the wolves do come, I can meet them one by one." Here he brought in our furs and made a snug nest for me, and got out some provisions and forced them upon me. But I could not eat. To even try to do so was repulsive to me, and much as I would have liked to please him, I could not bring myself to the attempt. He looked very sad, but did not reproach me. Taking his field glasses from the case, he stood on top of the rock and began to search the horizon. Suddenly he called out, "Look, Madam Mita, look, look!" I sprang up and stood beside him on the rock. He handed me his glasses. Take a drink. He handed me his glasses and pointed. The snow was falling more heavily and swirled about fiercely, for a high wind was beginning to blow. However, there were times when there were pauses between the snow flurries, and I could see a long way round. From the height it was possible to see a great distance, and far off, beyond the white waste of snow, I could see the river lying like a black ribbon in kinks and curls as it wound its way, straight in front of us and not far off, in fact, so near that I wondered we had not noticed before, came a group of mounted men hurrying along. In the midst of them was a cart, a long lighter wagon, which swept from side to side, like a dog's tail wagging, with each stern inequality of the road. Outlined against the snow as they were, I could see from the men's clothes that they were peasants or Romani of some kind. On the cart was a great square chest. My heart leaped as I saw it, for I felt that the end was coming. The evening was now drawing close, and well I knew that at sunset the thing, which was all then imprisoned there, would take new freedom and could in any of many forms elude our pursuit. In fear I turned to the professor. To my consternation, however, he was not there. In an instant I saw him below me. Round the rock he had drawn a circle, such as we had found shelter in. Had found shelter in last night. When he had completed it, he stood beside me again, saying, "At least you shall be safe here from him." He took the glasses from me, and at the next lull of the snow swept the whole space below us. "See," he said, "they come quickly. They are flogging the horses, and galloping as hard as they can." He paused and went on in a hollow voice. "They are racing for the sunset. We may be too late. God's will be done." Down came another blinding rush of driving snow, and the whole landscape was blotted out. It soon passed, however, and once more his glasses were fixed on the plain. Then came a sudden cry. "Look, look, look! See, 2 horsemen follow fast, coming up from the south. It must be Quincy and John. Take the glass. Look before the snow blots it all out." He took it. I took it and looked. The 2 men might be Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris. I knew at all events that neither of them was Jonathan. At the same time, I knew that Jonathan was not far off. Looking around, I saw on the north side of the coming party 2 other men, riding at breakneck speed. One of them I knew was Jonathan, and the other I took, of course, to be Lord Godalming. They too were pursuing the party with the cart. When I told the professor, he shouted in glee, like a schoolboy, and after looking intently till a snowfall made sight impossible, he laid his Winchester rifle ready for use against the boulder at the opening of our shelter. They are all converging," he said. When the time comes, we shall have Romani on all sides." I got out my revolver, ready to hand, for while we were speaking, the howling of wolves came louder and closer. When the snowstorm abated a moment, we looked again. It was strange to see the snow falling in such heavy flakes close to us, and beyond, the sun shining more and more brightly as it sank down towards the far mountain tops. Sweeping the glass all around us, I could see here and there dots moving singly, and 2s and 3s, and larger numbers. The wolves were gathering for their prey. Every instant seemed an age whilst we waited. The wind came now in fierce bursts, and the snow was driven with fury as it swept upon us in circling eddies. At times we could not see an arm's length before us, but at others, as the hollow sounding wind swept by us, it seemed to clear the airspace around us so that we could see afar. We had of late been so accustomed to watch for sunrise and sunset that we knew with fair accuracy that when it would be. We knew that before long the sun would set. It was hard to believe that by our watches it was less than an hour that we waited in that rocky shelter before the various bodies began to converge close upon us. The wind came now with fiercer and more bitter sweeps, and more steadily from the north. It seemingly had driven the snow clouds from us, for with only occasional bursts the snow fell. We could distinguish clearly the individuals of each party, the pursued and the pursuers. Strangely enough, those pursued did not seem to realize, or at least to care, that they were pursued. They seemed, however, to hasten with redoubled efforts, or with redoubled speed, as the sun dropped lower and lower on the mountain tops. Closer and closer they drew. The professor and I crouched down behind our rock and held our weapons ready. I could see that he was determined that they should not pass. One and all were quite unaware of our presence. All at once, two voices shouted out to "Halt!" One was my Jonathan's, raised in a high key of passion. The other was Mr. Morris's strong, resolute tone of quiet command. The Romani may not have known the language, but there was no mistaking the tone, in whatever tongue the words were spoken. Instinctively, they reined in, and at the instant, Lord Godalming and Jonathan dashed up at one side, and Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris on the other. The leader of the Romani, a splendid-looking fellow who sat his horse like a centaur, waved them back, and in a fierce voice gave his companions some word to proceed. They lashed the horses, which sprang forward. But the four men raised their Winchester rifles, and in an unmistakable way commanded them to stop. At the same moment, Dr. Van Helsing and I rose behind the rock, pointed our weapons at them. Seeing that they were surrounded, the men tightened their reins and drew up. The leader turned to them and gave a word at which every man of the Romani party, drew what weapon he carried, knife or pistol, and he held himself in readiness to attack. Issue was joined in an instant. The leader, with a quick movement of his rein, threw his horse out in front, and pointing first to the sun, now close down on the hilltops, then to the castle, then said something which I could not understand. For answer, all four men of our party threw themselves from their horses and dashed towards the cart. I should have felt terrible fear at seeing Jonathan in such danger, but that the ardor of battle must have been upon me, as well as the rest of them. I felt no fear, but only a wild, surging desire to do something. Seeing the quick movement of our parties, the leader of the Romani gave a command. His men instantly formed round the cart in a sort of undisciplined endeavor, each one shouldering and pushed the other in his eagerness to carry out the order. In the midst of this, I could see that Jonathan on one side of the ring of men and Quincy on the other were forcing a way to the cart. It was evident that they were bent on finishing their task before the sun should set. Nothing seemed to stop or even hinder them. Neither the leveled weapons nor the flashing of the knives of the Romani in front, nor the howling of the wolves behind, appeared to even attract their attention. Jonathan's impetuosity and the manifest singleness of his purpose seemed to overawe those in front of him. Instinctively, they cowered aside and let him pass. In an instant, he jumped upon the cart and, with a strength which seemed incredible, raised the great box and flung it over the wheel to the ground. In the meantime, Mr. Morris had to use force to pass through his side ring of the Zagani. All the time, I had been breathlessly watching Jonathan. I had, with the tail of my eye, seen him pressing desperately forward, and had seen the knives of the Romani flash as he won a way through them, and they cut at him. He had parried with his great bowie knife, and at first I thought that he too had come through in safety, but as he sprang beside Jonathan, who had by now jumped from the cart, I could see that with his left hand he was clutching at his side, and that the blood was spurting through his fingers. He did not delay, notwithstanding this, for as Jonathan, with desperate energy, attacked one end of the chest, attempting to prise off the lid with his great kukri knife, he attacked the other frantically with his bowie. Under the efforts of both men, the lid began to yield. The nails drew with a quick, screeching sound, and the top of the box was thrown back. By this time, the Romani, well, just know that when I say Romani, the text does not say Romani. And by this time, the Romani, seeing themselves covered by the Winchesters and at the mercy of Lord Godalming and Dr. Seward, had given in and made no further resistance. The sun was almost down on the mountaintops, and the shadows of the whole group fell on the snow. I saw the Count lying within the box upon the earth, some of which the rude falling from the cart had scattered over him. He was deathly pale, just like a waxen image, and the red eyes glared with the horrible vindictive look which I knew too well. As I looked, the eyes saw the sinking sun, and the look of hate in them turned to triumph. But on the instant, came the sweep and flash of Jonathan's great knife. I shrieked as I saw it shear through the throat, whilst at the same moment Mr. Morey's bowie knife plunged into the heart. It was like a miracle, but before our eyes, almost in the drawing of a breath, the whole body crumpled into dust and passed from our sight. I shall be glad as long as I live, that even in that moment of final dissolution, there was in the face a look of peace, such as I never could have imagined might have rested there. The castle of Dracula now stood out against the red sky, and every stone of its broken battlements was articulated against the light of the setting sun. The Romani, taking us as in some way the cause of the extraordinary disappearance of the dead man, turned, without a word, and rode away as if for their lives. Those who were unmounted jumped upon their lighter wagon and shouted to the horsemen not to desert them. The wolves, which had withdrawn to a safe distance, followed in their wake, leaving us alone. Mr. Morris, who had sunk to the ground, leaned on his elbow, and holding his hand pressed to his side. The blood still gushed through his fingers. I flew to him, and the holy circle did not now keep me back. So did the two doctors. Jonathan knelt behind him, and the wounded man laid back his head on his shoulder. With a sigh, he took, with a feeble effort, my hand in that of his own, which was unstained. He must have seen the anguish of my heart in his face, for he smiled at me and said, "I am only too happy to have been of any service. Oh God!" He cried suddenly, struggling up to a sitting posture, and pointing to me, "It was worth this to die. Look, look." The sun was now right down upon the mountaintop, and the red gleams fell upon my face, so that it was bathed in rosy light. With one impulse, the men sank to their knees, and a deep, earnest "Amen" broke from all, as their eyes followed the pointing of his finger. The dying man spoke. "Now God be thanked that all has not been in vain. See, the snow is not more stainless than her forehead. The curse has passed away." And to our bitter grief, with a smile and in silence, he died, a gallant gentleman. Note: 7 years ago, when we all went through the flames, and the happiness of some of us since then is, we think, well worth the pain we endured. It is an added joy to Mina and to me that our boy's birthday is the same day as that on which Quincy Morris died. His mother holds, I know, the secret belief that some of our brave friend's spirit has passed into him. His bundle of names links all that our little band of men together, but we call him Quincy. In the summer of this year, we made journey to Transylvania, and went over the old ground which was and is to us so full of vivid and terrible memories. It was almost impossible to believe that the things which we had seen with our own eyes and heard with our own ears were living truths. Every trace of all that had been was blotted out. The castle stood as before, reared high above a waste of desolation. When we got home, we were talking of the old time, which we could all look back on without despair, for Godalming and Seward are both happily married. I'm guessing not to each other, just as an aside. I took the papers from the safe, where they had been ever since our return from so long ago. We were struck with the fact that in all the mass of material of which the record is composed, there is hardly one authentic document. Nothing but a mass of typewritten of typewriting, except the later notes of Mina and Seward and myself, and Van Helsing's memorandum. We could hardly ask anyone, even did we wish to accept these as proofs of so wild a story. Van Helsing summed it all up as he said, with our boy on his knee. We want no proofs. We ask none to believe us. This boy will, some day, know what a brave and gallant woman his mother is. Already he knows her sweetness and loving care. Later on he will understand how some men loved her so, that they did dare so much for her sake. Jonathan Harker. And that is the end of Dracula. Thank you very much for sticking with me on this journey. So Dracula was my first foray into reading a full-length novel, and I had a ton of fun doing it. It's been honestly it's been a great experience. And so next we are going to read Frankenstein. I don't know. Yes, Mina and Dracula are saved, and so are Dracula's brides and Lucy, except they're all dead. Well, Mina's not dead, but you know. And also, so this once we end the stream and then 24 hours later, this stream will go up on my YouTube channel, and if you want to listen to the entire reading of Dracula, you can listen to that on my YouTube channel. We have a playlist. I can quickly pull that up. YouTube. Do-do-do. Can I copy link? So this is the Dracula playlist. So if you ever want to go ahead and go back and listen to any of the streams that you may have missed, that's there. And this stream will go up like in the next couple days, and it'll be on that playlist. I don't know when exactly we're going to start Frankenstein. I may take a short break from reading like full-length novels and do some like poetry reading and some gameplay, and I want to try and get some collabs going, because I think that'd be fun. And there's a bunch of games that I want to try, and I think that'd be fun. So yeah, thank you very much for sticking with me on this journey, and especially tonight, because this is by far my longest stream. Thank you very much for sticking around, especially like Jonas. I know you've been here the entire time, and supporting me as my mod, and that's very kind of you. So thank you. I think it is pretty late, so let us let us try to find someone to raid, and then I will say goodnight. And I will see you next time. Let's see. Oof, nobody's streaming. That's late. If we can't find anyone to raid, we'll just say goodnight. And that'll be okay. It is pretty late. Yeah. It looks like there's no, just chatting. Let's see. Oh, okay. Let's raid Apricot. They're playing Kingdom Hearts 2. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, thank you all for hanging out with me today. And I hope you have a great night and a great rest of your weekend if I don't see you tomorrow. So have a good night. Thanks. Bye.